A very warm welcome to Zhuhai. It is round 5 of 6 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We are in Southeast China for the first time since 2019. It's been a fabulous welcome with terrific racing and excellent weather. And Barry Russell alongside me in the commentary box will be getting underway in the TVS One Make with probably the most competitive race of the weekend.
Indeed it will be. And it's a job to know where to start when we're talking about this, because we had some on-track controversy yesterday with a crash between Vorapong and Ramdan. And so Vorapong, as a result, has got a ride-through penalty.
This is the circuit that we are talking about. I like this circuit. There's technical areas and there's that sweeping turn 14, bring you into the start-finish line, which has caused one or two problems because many riders have taken that just a little bit too hot, and it's caused a lot of track limits issues for them.
Yeah, a lot of other circuits have got tight final turns. This one is really wide open and there's a long run to the finish line. So watch out for the slipstreaming.
This is the first of 5 races that we've got for you this afternoon. Following this TVS One Make, in which the championship is so close. There are 4 riders within 10 points of each other, but we have the Underbone 150s, the Asia Production 250s, the Super Sport 600, and then the big boys, the 1000cc. 1 minute to go, though, until the start of race number 10 of 12 for the season. We'll run through the starters and the riders. But yesterday there was a real surprise in the Vorapong Malawan did not finish. That's the first time I can recall Vorapong not finishing in the TVS One Make.
And indeed not being at the top of the championship standings. So big change for him, and it's going to get worse this afternoon because he has a ride-through penalty. This is a relatively short pit lane, but still he's going to lose at least 20 seconds on that trundle through the pit lane. And that plays into the hands of the 2 Malaysian contenders, Muzakir Mohammed, who went to the top of the standings yesterday, and also Ramdan Rosli, who had a DNF after that incident with Vorapong. So those are the potential winners from today. The winner on track, the favourite must be Hiroki Ono.
Indeed, he has won 4 of the last 5 races in this competition, and he'll start in number 2 with the yellow helmet. This is just the formation lap as the riders get themselves through there. The actual liveries of the bikes are all the same, so helmets and numbers is how we can best differentiate. Muzakir Mohammed just leading the way on the formation lap. He is the man who has got the most to gain from the Vorapong ride-through penalty. He's in pole position. He is alongside Ono, who, as you say, has won 4 of the last 5 races. And then the young Japanese Taiyo Saito alongside them on the front row of the grid.
And leading row 2 is Vorapong Malahuan. Next to him, Piawat Patumios and Rusman Fadil, the Indonesian, on the outside.
Ramdan Rosli on P7. He picked up a fine for an altercation with Vorapong after a crash yesterday. Alongside him is Darren Tongoi and KY Ahmad from India in P9.
Arshad Rushdi from Singapore is 10th on the grid. Alongside him, Kuin Ains and Dekitiano Aldi down in number 12.
Yeah, well, what's happened to Dekitiano this weekend? Chiranth Vishwanath benefited yesterday, his best points haul of the season. And local youngster Jang Zoran will be in P14 down on row 6. But the fascinating aspect of this is, as you quite rightly mentioned, the ride-through penalty for Vorapong. In that altercation with Ramdan, Vorapong clearly at fault, Barry.
Yeah, he was clearly at fault, and the fine that you referred to for Ramdan was for his reaction, which was pretty aggressive towards Vorapong. In the heat of the moment, I guess most of us can understand the emotion there.
It was all sorted out over a cup of tea Tariq at the end of the day last night, and we go once again. So there will be 14 starters. In terms of today, there's 10 points separating Muzakir Mohammed on 128 points. Vorapong second on 126, losing the leadership. Dekitiano Aldi. This is an opportunity for Dekitiano, but he's had a dreadful weekend on bike number 2, the young Indonesian. Have you had any inkling on what's been the problem for Dekitiano this weekend, Barry?
No, I put some feelers out, but I haven't found anything yet. But this is the worst outing that he's had since he joined TVS Asia One Make Championship early in 2022.
Saying that, with the did not finish as yesterday, he did accumulate 8 points, so the damage wasn't that bad for him. Ramdan Rosley is the 4th in the mix. He's just 10 points off the championship lead. But we must also remember that Hiroko Ono, who only joined the tour at Sugo in round 3, well, he's won 4 of 5 races so far. If he wins another one today, he catapults himself right back into championship reckoning.
Yeah, and he was a convincing winner yesterday. I'll tell you who is pumped for today, though, is the rider starting 3rd on the grid, which is Taiyo Saito. Had a little chat with him as we were looking around the grid earlier. And, yeah, he's really up for it.
OK, on the front row, Muzakia, number 11 on the right. Ono just coming into place now, making everybody else wait, which is what he normally doesn't do. Saito joins him. That's the front row of the grid. Vorapang, Piawat and Rusman on the second row. Red light, top left of your screen, 8 laps of the circuit. And when they go out, we are underway. And it is a sluggish start for Hiroki Ono for a change. Muzakia Mohammed, bike number 11, gets off to the best start. And Ono has to just be content with P3, although he's got a good line into the first corner. And he accelerates up the straight. And Ono, from nowhere, Barry Russell has got himself into P1.
Yep, looks like it. That was a good start from Muzakia as well. I saw Vorapong weaving around on the grid looking for position. It's really important to him that he gets as far ahead as he can. There he is, number 1 with the green helmet and the eyes on the front, currently in P3.
And as you say, he has a ride-through penalty that he must serve. Whether or not you take it early in the race and try and catch up, or later in the race once you've got a lead, interesting, but that's up for him to decide. Ono, in the meantime, well, after what seemed to be a sluggish start, he's got himself into a nice little lead. Taiyo Saito is being dragged along in P4, but Ono is racing away from them at the moment.
Yeah, Muzakia behind him, the number 11, looking aggressive, but not able to close the gap. Vorapong goes around the outside and into P2.
Vorapong Malawan, bike number 1. Ramdan Rosley also in that little group, bike number 10. He and Vorapong had they coming together, but Ono is going away. It's amazing because these bikes are so similar. The setups you can tweak and tinker, but not really change. A lovely slide into the corner from Ono. As Vorapong goes wide, that allows Ramdan Rosley through. This is lap 1 of 8, and it's already looking difficult for Vorapong Malawan.
Vorapong's coming into pit lane, so it's an early stop, which answers your question, Des.
Now this is Ono, the leader, comes round turn 14. Nice tight line. Muzakia Mohammed leads with Ramdan Rosley, 2 experienced Malaysians in 2 and 3. The lead is 0.4 of a second for Hiroki Ono as he leads. Also coming through is Piawat, bike number 13. The one I'm looking for is Deki Tiano, but he's still way back at the field, Deki. He's in the championship mix, but he's had an awful weekend.
Yep, he crossed the line in 11th that time, but the 2 big potential winners in championship turns, they're just behind Hiroki Ono now. Can they close the gap? That's Muzakia number 10.
Ramdan 10.
Sorry, Ramdan 10 and Muzakia 11.
Indeed. Ramdan. Oh, well, they pulled up that gap on Ono. It looked like Ono was going to get away, but as they go around, where are we, 6, 7 at the moment in the Dunlop corner, and Ono goes wide and is beaten to the punch there by Ramdan Rosley. This is very un-Ono-like. And then he owns it once again and retakes the lead. But he went wide there, Barry. That was a little bit sluggish, not the kind of thing we've seen from Hiroki Ono so far this year.
That's about the first mistake this weekend, for sure.
Right at the tail, that's Jang Zhuran. And at the very end is Rusman Fadil, who struggled this weekend as well, the Indonesian.
Yeah, Rusman Fadil, he finished 6th yesterday. He was pretty good in qualifying, but yeah, he's a little way back at the moment. These 3 are getting away from Piawat Platumios, the number 13. You can see just going out of shot to the left.
Ramdan and Muzakia following. That's the line you've got to take into that corner. You've got to be nice and tight coming around the apex, and it is Ono who leads, but what was a comfortable lead. There is Vorapong. He's done his ride through. The damage is what? It's well, he's 1 lap down. He's coming into the final corner. This isn't terminal for him, you know. He might have taken the early right through, and he might be able to claw back some decent points here. Might.
Yep, he will score some points.
20 seconds, isn't it?
That's for sure. But yeah, just looking here, across the line there.
At the front,
20 seconds.
Sorry, there's been a change. Muzakir Mohammed, the new race leader.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono trying to snatch it back from him. Ramdan Rosley in station behind. So these are the three. Hiroki Ono, as you said, Des, could make himself a championship contender.
Again, Ono went a little bit wide, and it needed some emergency manoeuvring there from Muzakir to avoid contact.
So Ono feeling some pressure, it looks.
Well, for the first time, I think he might be under pressure, because he'll look at the leaderboard and say, I've won 4 out of 5. If I win today, I am in with a chance of the title. And that can play tricks on the mind.
Yeah, another thing to watch is the gap back to Piawat Patumios. From certain angles, it looks as though he's closing in on these three. So if these three get locked in a battle, that will help. There's no quarter given there between the two Malaysian riders.
Muzakir forced to stand up, and he comes straight back and says to Ramdan, what the heck are you doing there? We're brothers. We've got to catch up with Hiroki Ono. Vorapong Malawan, I can tell you, it's just 11.5 seconds behind P13, 20 seconds behind the leader. As the leaders go through the start-finish line, 5 laps to go. Ono this time has a lead of 0.6 of a second. And you're quite right, Piawat has joined. So it is now a group of 4 at the start, at the front.
The gap behind being led by KY Ahmed, the Indian rider from Teo Sato, who hasn't stepped up to the level that he set for himself.
You mentioned KY Ahmed, yeah, he is leading the chasing pack. That's the group coming through there. KY Ahmed is bike number 4. He's 3rd in that little group, but he had his best result of the season yesterday. These are the penultimate ones. Joran.
Yeah, the number 19 is Joran.
Back up to the front. Ono's had a very, very inconsistent ride today. He's been able to pull away at some stages, dropping back into the group amongst others. This is one of the pull away little sections. Piawat trying to stay on the back of the 2 Malaysians, Ramdan Rosley in the lime green. Piawat, P4 yesterday. He's had 2 podiums earlier on in the season. He's not completely out of the championship chase either, if he can get a result here.
Yeah, this has been a quick first 2 sectors for Hiroki Ono, fastest of the race so far.
Significantly faster, 0.3 faster on both. Gosh, more than half a second made up on the first 2 sectors. And it looks like he's got the bit between his teeth. Behind them, Muzakir and Ramdan look like they're racing rather than working alongside each other. Lovely line, nice smooth racer, Hiroki Ono. Muzakir 11 goes through in P2 in the pink helmet. Ramdan Rosley.
And that's a convincing fastest time, 1:47.502.
In qualifying, Muzakir a 1:48.0. So he's going faster than his qualification time. Further down, 4 is
KY Ahmed.
KY Ahmed. He's changed his number for today. He used to be number 8, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll tell you who else is coming through and progressing well. There's Darren Pop Tongyoy, who's just ahead of KY Ahmed in that group. The Thai rider, he's been getting better over the last few rounds.
Piawat Patumios, though, has been dropped by the Ramdan Muzakir collective. And the 2 Malaysians themselves are dropping further and further behind, 1.2 seconds down, as Ono again posts a very fast sector, 1/4 quicker than the 2 Malaysians. Gosh, he has really got the bit between his teeth. Lovely slide, nice smooth racer. Ramdan left foot down.
Yeah, look how smooth by comparison Ramdan Rosley was. Not a wheel out of line.
There is Ono.
Ono's clearly had a word with himself after an erratic first couple of laps.
Erratic, that's the perfect adjective for what he did in those first elements. A couple of track limit warnings for bikes numbers 12 and 5. That is Saito. And 5 is RC Adrusti. Just pushing the limits a little bit too much. You're allowed 2 warnings. Number 3 can result in penalties.
So as you said, there's Piawat dropping off the back. Tayo Saito at the front of the group behind. Another lap to complete now for the leaders, and actually Ramdan got out of shape on the exit to turn 14, which will cost him a little bit.
3 laps to go for Hiroki Ono. Muzakir, as you say, has just got himself a little bit of a gap over Ramdan Rosley, probably 3 or 4 tenths of a second. Ramdan will just have to work hard to make that up to get back onto the back wheel. Information on Vorapong Malawan, he is still down. He has not got the better of Jang Joram or Rusman Fadil. So he is still down in 14th, last place.
Yeah, he's got 7 seconds to make up to catch Rusman and Juran Jiang, who are basically running together.
So we showed you the back marker, that was the front man. And standing up nice and straight there is Muzakir Mohammed, and well, Ramdan's not been able to cut that gap, and it still remains 4 tenths of a second.
Yeah, so the gap between the front 4 stretching, and that could be Tayo Saito making a late charge just behind them. That's another thing we can keep an eye on. So there goes Hiroki Ono, Muzakir and Ramdan, and it's just out of shot. You can't see Piawat and Saito.
So this is going to be a bad weekend for Vorapong Malawan. He is a long way down, even with 3 laps to go, so he's going to score a small number of points. He's already lost the lead to Muzakir Mohammed, the number 11 in shot in the overall championship standings. He's got Ono chasing him hard. He's got Ramdan Rosley chasing him hard. Only good news for him is Dekitiano Aldi hasn't been able to make much of a move this weekend.
Correct, and his Vorapong's lap times are slow too, in the 150s. Best time 150.2. So he's not really competitive on lap times for whatever reason. Looks like Ramdan's closing. Oh, and
that is
down.
KY Ahmad.
Yeah, that's the Indian.
And that
down.
is dug deep.
Yeah, it's gone so deep in the gravel, it's just standing up there.
So that'll take a little bit of digging out. In the meantime, Hiroki Ono, what a huge lead he's been able to establish. Over 2.8 seconds. This is the battle for P2, and this could be crucial in the overall championship standings. Muzakir, 128 points. Ramdan Rosley, 118. 118.
Ramdan's not done yet. So this is going to be the most intriguing battle, I think, for P2.
Behind them, Piawat was getting close at some stage, but these two have just ridden away from him.
It could be that Piawat's being hauled in by Tayo Saito. If the camera stays there, we can see. Yeah, it looks like Sato's catching Piawat.
At the very back of the shot there, as we look at Ramdan coming through. The next two is the battle for P4. This is the battle for P2, and once again going wide there is Ramdan. He seems to have lost it a couple of times. What's that corner? 12 as they come up through the little kink here. 13, fast straight here, and then round the final Dunlop corner. Muzakir's been able to hold on to P2 quite easily in many ways.
Yeah, they both got really good drive out, and there is Tayo Saito coming up alongside Piawat in the battle for 4th place, and it looks like he's going to take it into turn 1.
Tayo Saito, the Japanese, it's been a long haul to get there. Piawat has been going slowly but surely backwards. And Tayo Saito has just posted a 1:48.108 lap there, which is certainly his quickest.
Yeah, and he's got he bagged the fastest sector 2 time on his way as well.
This is the battle for P2. Muzakir Mohammed and Ramdan Rosley, 11 and 10. 2 Malaysians. You look ahead of them, and Hiroki Ono, this is the final lap now. Hiroki Ono is going to make it 5 wins in 6 and really move to within championship contention. He'll move to within 23 points of Muzakir if Muzakir holds on to P2. But this man, with 2 races still to go, he could join halfway through the season and take the victory.
It doesn't look like Ramdan's got an answer for Muzakir. He might have to settle for this 3rd place. He's not close enough to do anything about it unless Muzakia makes a mistake.
Vorapong Malawan, I can tell you, has got himself up into P12, which is 4 points for the day, so 4 points might be important, but this is Hiroki Ono, final straight before the final corner, and then onto the home line, and Muzakia is going to increase his lead at the top of the overall championship standings. Muzakia in P2, Ono takes the checkered flag. Behind them, Muzakia Mohammed will come through in P2, just holds off Randan Rosley. That was close in the end, and has Tayo got himself P4? Yes, he has, ahead of Piawat.
Yeah, he got a third yesterday and a very hard-fought P4 today. Good work by Tayo Seto. He's turning into a really tough competitor, deceptively so when you look at him and when you speak to him. He's very downbeat, very humble, and I do believe he almost got the fastest lap. The fastest lap was, of course, with Hiroki Ono.
But this is a story that has been building and building and building.
There's a disconsolate slowing down lap from Vorapong, finished 12th.
And that's only because two of the racers dropped out. Vishwanath we didn't see drop out, KY Ahmed we did. So not a great day in the Southeast China Sun for the Indian racers, but a very, very good day. 5 out of 6 for Hiroki Ono. Wow, 125 points. He moves within 23 of the overall championship lead. There's your winner, Ono, ahead of Muzakia Mohammed. Those 20 points could be crucial in the championship standings. 110 clear of Ramdan Rosley. Tayo Saito, that's a good P4 for him, getting the better of Piawat. That was a long, long chase. And Darren Tongoy, as you said in commentary, is improving as this season comes on. Arshad Rusty gets himself a place in the top 8, 17 seconds adrift. And Deki Tiano will pick up another 8 points. How crucial might they be in the overall standings? Kerwin Chang, frustrating day for the Filipino. 30 seconds adrift. Rusman Fadil just beaten by Kerwin. Jang Joren, 31 seconds down. Vorapong with the ride-through was closing in, maybe another couple of laps he would have got into a P10. In the end, though, it's just 4 points for P12 and did not finish us for Vishwanath and KY Ahmed.
They found that combination of speed and experience owned by Hiroki Ono just too much. Once again, as you said, there's 5 wins out of 6 starts. 125 points, that puts him right in the chase.
23 off the championship lead held by Muzakia Mohammed. That's assuming there's no protest. I didn't see anything for a protest. No incidents on the circuit like there were yesterday. Muzakia Mohammed will stay in the championship lead. In fact, he'll increase his championship lead, but he's not the story. Which is hard, which is tough for the experienced veteran.
Yeah, that's right, but he's going to be happy with that. I think we'll see that on the podium, but he does need to solve the puzzle of how to beat Hiroki Ono. It looked in the early stages as though he could have taken the fight to him, but after Hiroki got his eye in, after a couple of laps, he just broke away from the rest.
Back-to-back P2s. There is Muzakia. Okay, he's happy enough. His lead in the championship standings will be 14 points, but it's back-to-back second places and back-to-back second places behind this fella. Yeah, double one for Hiroki Ono. 5 wins in 6, and the other was a did not finish in Sugo, and he was leading that race as well.
He was, yeah. So he's going to be difficult to keep out of the top spot on the champion by the time we get to race 2 in Buriram in just a few weeks from now.
50 points available in the season remaining. He's 23 behind. It might just be too much.
It is a big ask, but he will do all he can do, and all he can do, it seems, is win.
And he always looks so refreshed and cool after it. The conditions are a little bit warm down trackside in Zhuhai. And Daniel is down in the Parc Fermé. And I think we can head down to Daniel to get a reaction from Hiroki Ono.
down here apart from me with the TVS Asia 1-Make Championship Race 2 winner, Hiroki Ono. So Hiroki, what a fantastic ride it has been from you. You had some pressure at the start, but then towards the middle of the race, you started pulling away, and it's the perfect weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, today so easy for me. Just keep the lap time, then I get the win. So anyway, this weekend I'm very happy to work with TVS Racing Team. Also, I'm working very well. So now I make a total 6 race, 5 win. I'm very happy this result. Thank you to my Japanese sponsor and Japanese fans. Arigato.
Quick one, now the championship is brought back into contention for you. Are you thinking about that for the last round?
No, I just I want to get a win. No, this is too much thinking championship.
Brilliant. Congratulations once again. See you in the next round.
Highlights from race 2 of the weekend. Zhuhai TVS Asia 1-Make Championship. Hiroki Ono, bike number 16 in the middle. Didn't seem to get away to the best of starts, but he accelerates through into the first corner. Barry Russell. And once Ono gets in the lead, normally he can't be caught, but this was a strange old first 3 or 4 laps for Ono.
Yeah, initially it looked as though he would make an early break, and then Muzakir and Ramdan Rosley came back at him. But then after a couple of laps, he got it all together. There was Vorapong there trying to charge through in the early stages, but he would take that ride-through penalty after the first lap.
Vorapong, yeah, took it very, very early on, and we expected Vorapong to maybe make some real headway, but he didn't. His lap times were in the 150s when they needed to be in the 147s, certainly the 148s. It left a battle for P2 between Muzakir Mohammed, the championship leader, and Ramdan Rosley, who did not finish yesterday. They were left in the wake of Ono, who by the end was a long, long way clear. He just increased up. From lap 4 onwards, he just got better, very consistent. Muzakir was able to capitalise on a couple of mistakes by Ramdan Rosley. And it really does leave us in a fascinating situation going into the final weekend.
Yeah, at this stage, Ramdan once or twice got close, but it seemed like Muzakir just had the pace. And that was KY Ahmed going out and leaving his bike nicely proud and upright in the gravel.
Piawat losing out to the young Japanese Taiyo Saito. But up at the front, it was the main Japanese story of this season on the TVS 1-Make, who would go on to take another victory. 6 races competed in, 5 wins for the man in the white helmet. Behind them, that was a lap rider going through. Behind them, Muzakir just holding off Ramdan Rosley. Muzakir will indeed increase his lead at the top of the overall championship standings, but for the second time this weekend, it's a P1 for Ono.
Oh, well, that's interesting, as well as painful.
That's Ramdan Rosley being helped into P3.
So that's the injury he took from the tumble yesterday, the clash with Vorapong. So that puts his P3 in another perspective.
Muzakir. Glad to see Muzakir went over to shake his hand and didn't ask him to come over as Ono comes through. And what an impact he has had. It is going to be really close because Vorapong has had 1 or 2 real problems. But it's the Japanese national anthem that will be played for the podium.
now we'd like to find Mr.
That's a really, really good weekend for Ono.
General Manager of TVS Racing, up onto the stage to present the
Yeah,
awards.
he's put himself in contention. Muzakir has taken the championship lead.
In third place,
Selvaraj Balasubramaniam, the general manager of TVS Racing, hands out the prizes. 3, 2, 1 for, as you quite rightly say, the injured Ramdan Rosley.
in second place,
They do put themselves through the pain barrier, these guys, sometimes.
Yeah, he really did then. And that puts that third place in perspective.
Oh no, 5 wins in 6 races. Here's the photo op. This will be a very familiar one for Ono and for Muzakir. In P2 for him, that's his 3rd P2 of the season. He's had a very consistent time, Ramdan Rosley. 1, 2, 3, 4th P3 of the campaign, 7th podium of the season. Overall championship standings, Muzakir Mohammed, 148 points, 14 clear of Ramdan Rosley. Vorapong, that ride through this weekend has really hurt him. He's 18 points off top spot. Dekitiano Aldi's salvaged 16 points from a disappointing weekend. Ono right into the reckoning on 125 points, 50 available on the final weekend. Pewa Patumias in P6. Saito gets into triple figures with 100 points. Fuko Tanaka an absentee this weekend in P8. Okay, the first race of 5 for today is done and dusted. When we come back, we've got the thrills and the spills of the Underbone 150cc. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships coming to you from Zhuhai in Southeast Asia.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
The FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from the Zhuhai International Circuit, Southeast China. And it's a venue for the Underbone 150cc. And the Underbone 150cc has been really the property of Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. The Malaysian racer has got a chance today, Barry Russell, of picking up the title. Bike number 87 will go down to him in just a moment, but he had such a consistent run of form, 5 consecutive podiums and a P6 yesterday has given him a real chance.
Yep, he didn't risk it too much yesterday.
Championship standings, I think, will show us just how close he is. 146 points he is, 54 clear of Gupita Krishna. This kind of domination in underbone is unprecedented.
Yeah, almost impossible. It's some kind of sorcery that's seen him, as you said, in the last in 5 races, take 3 wins in 2 seconds.
Gupita Krishna, a double winner, is the man who can stop him. In fact, right the way down to Fizarova in P6, they're the ones who can stop him taking the title today. But basically, if he wins, he takes the title. In fact, if he wins and Gupita Krishna comes anything other than P2, he takes the title. He's 54 points clear. And Nazrul Izzat Bahudin is under no real pressure, if you can possibly say that in this crazy underbone.
Well, of course he is under pressure, but he was helped yesterday by 1, 2, 3. Akid Aziz, Fazrul Sham and Shafiq Rasol are not in championship contending, and they were the first 3. What are we looking at here, Des?
This is Akid Aziz. What a weekend. This isn't Akid, but Akid Aziz, bike 13. What a weekend the Malaysian has had. He's been fastest throughout practice, he's been fastest throughout qualifying, and he won race 1. Okay, I think we can go down onto the grid where Daniel Bogers is trying to find himself 1 or 2 people to talk to.
We're down here on the grid for the Underbone 150 race 2, the final race for the Underbones this weekend. And we're gonna spin right over, just making sure I don't bump into any camera member. We're gonna go this way around. And we're going to talk with Shafiq Rasol real quick, who had a brilliant result yesterday. And I think they're done showing the thumbs up. So Shafiq, yesterday was a great result for you and the team. What are we expecting today with the title chase still alive?
Pada race 2 nanti, sebentar lagi saya akan cuba untuk, kalau boleh nak duduk di podium lah. Dan kutip mata untuk dibawa ke Buriram nanti.
The title chase right now is just for the top 3. So, are there any thoughts on that, or is it just race by race for you? So the title chase is over for now, but is it just race by race now?
Top 2 masih boleh lagi dan saya akan cuba untuk berada di kedudukan tersebut.
Thank you so much, Shafiq. Good luck for this race. So the translation there, while we head over to the next row, was that he's going to try go race by race because he knows second spot in the championship is still available, so he's going to try for that. And we're going to get a quick word with Wawan. So, Wawan, yesterday was a tough one for you. You had an unfortunate crash. Let's have a quick debrief for everyone. Yesterday was an unfortunate crash for you, but in the end you managed to also like try and claw back and warm up. So how's it looking for you in this race?
Ya, saya kemarin ada sedikit kendala dan saya akan berusaha.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And we're gonna head a couple rows further back to April King. So April, we know he's a fast rider, but this weekend in particular has been a tough one for him. The Filipino rider just needs to find his grips properly. But we're gonna try to have a quick word with him. And they got April here while they take photos with the flag. And we're gonna try to get a quick word. April, so yesterday's result was a tough one for you. How are you feeling here in Zhuhai?
Okay naman po yung race track dito sa Zhuhai, and kahapon race 1, bale nagka-aberya lang, madamay sa SEMP lang, and hopefully mas maganda yung takbo namin sa race 2.
This is your first time in Zhuhai, if I'm correct, is it?
Yes.
So how are you looking forward to the next race?
Ito, prepare kami ng maayos. Siguro mas gagawin pa namin yung best para makuha yung goal. Makakauwi na din kami ng panalo.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Highlights of the first race of the weekend in the Underbone 150cc. And this would be a triumph for Akid Aziz, bike number 13. He's on the right of your picture there in the sky blue. He had a magnificent practice session, a very good qualification, and right from the very start, Barry Russell, he was in that group who was competing for P1. It's been a wonderful weekend for Akid Aziz, as well as he's just celebrating a national championship back in Malaysia.
Exactly, yeah, his morale couldn't be higher. He wasn't able to get away. That was the lap 1 that took out Wayu Ajik Trileksana, Cheryl Shazras, Wamamuelo, who we were just talking to, and John Emerson and Guito. So 4 main contenders went out early doors.
87 Nazrul is at as Wayo Ajichiliksana makes his way back in. Uma Racing looking a little bit concerned. But there is Nazrul is at. We thought at some stage the bike number 87 would make a concerted effort to get back on the podium again for an unprecedented 6th race in a row. But he seemed to be fairly happy just to stay out of danger, make sure he picked up double digits in points.
That's correct, and yeah, a little bit more circumspect from Nazrul, so he's got his eye on the championship. We didn't see the late charge that brings him to the line first by a whisker that we got used to seeing him, but Akid Aziz wasn't able to. There was a big bump there that experienced by Afif Amran.
Bello looking on as we came into the final areas, the final lap. Again, we were thinking, is Nazrul going to make a move? The answer was possibly, but then he decided discretion the better part of valor. With so much bumping and grinding going on, 10 points is better than none. Akid Aziz is in good position. Nazrul is in perfect position actually, but just pulls out. Akid Aziz has a perfect line going through, and Akid Aziz goes on to take his first win of the season and complete a very, very satisfactory fortnight for him. In the overall championship standings, Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin increased his lead at the top to 54 points, but the winner on the day, Akid Aziz from Malaysia.
Yeah, he got such a good drive out of that final turn. He just looked back, see where everybody else was. Here's the circuit.
Our final turn, our final corner 14, and underbone specifically, we saw how congested it can be. You can easily get pushed out onto the gravel, and if you get pushed out onto the gravel, you're in a bit of a problem, I think.
Yeah, and the jostling for the finish line starts at turn 11 and 12 when you exit out of there and get a nice slingshot down towards turn 14.
Qualification, his last 2 qualifications have been very good, a P2 at Mandalika, a P1 in Zhuhai. So Akid Aziz is very much a man in form.
And Murabil Vitoni there for LFN, exciting rider. He was at or close to the front all the way through.
On P3 in after the Super Pole. They had a very convoluted route to make it onto the grid. Hafiza Rofa, I do like Hafiza Rofa. He's had only 2 podium finishes. One did not finish in Sugo, has really hurt his prospects, but he's on 81 points. And while the championship might be almost done and dusted, P2 and P3 in the championship standing still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, great quality rider. And here is the bull, referring to that sticker he's got on the front there. Nazrul Izzat.
Look at that. First, second, 6th, and the first in Sepang as well. Unprecedented to see that kind of results in underbone racing.
Yeah, he's been absolutely superb. You can see how much he loves racing. Happy riders are fast. He's got every reason to be happy. Let's just see if he's a little bit more circumspect again today.
Fahmi Bassam had a very good ride, the young Indonesian.
Yeah, he did. He was 8th yesterday. And if that sounds like it was a long way down, it was only less than a second.
It was very, very congested up at the top. Next to Fahmi Bassam, Charles Shazras, who was one of those who came a cropper. 4 came a cropper in the first lap yesterday, alongside Charles Shazras. Ahmed Fazrul Shama, P2 for Ahmed Fazrul. And I know you're delighted. Him and his brother are great assets to underbone racing. And it's great to see them get a moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, a really laid-back, humble guy, but he's been performing well all the weekend, right from the start of free practice.
Okay, there is Arai Agaska. Right, this is the kid who gave us a sensational ending at Mandalika. A young fellow who's come onto the circuit, 14 years of age, Arai. Yeah. P10, and then we moved on to April King Moscato. The Filipinos from Uma Racing just didn't find the circuit to their liking this weekend so far. They'll be hoping for an improvement.
Quite, and there's another one. He crashed out in the early stages. John Emerson in Guito, but also a race winner at Sugo.
And a P3 in Mandalika as well, followed by 2 DNFs. That is racing for you, isn't it?
Particularly underbones. That's not unduly inconsistent for underbone racing.
Okay, the crews are rapidly departing the grid. And as you can tell, it's warming up a little bit down there. Nice conditions though. It's not too warm. It's not Mandalika hot. It's
yeah, it's warm in the sunshine.
32nd board, and we'll go through the grid for you in a short moment. But Akid Aziz is the man to look out for, looking for a win double here. Also look out for the green liveries of the one XOX TKR racing team. They're in P2 and P4, Shafiq Rassal and Hafiz Arofa. But the real man to keep an eye on, bike number 87, 6th on the grid, second row, the championship leader. If Nazrul Izzat gets a good result today, gets ahead of Gupita Kreshna, Shafiq, Akid, Murabil and Hafiza, then he can be crowned champion today with 2 races still to go in the season.
That's a pretty unusual thing to happen in this class, to put it mildly.
We had the count back in the bone last year, if I recall. That's how
did.
close it was last year. Okay, here is the grid. Akid Aziz, Cardinals Factory Racing on P1 alongside Shafiq Rassal, Murabil Vitoni from the LFM Putra 9690.
And Hafiz Arova is in P4 on the grid next to him. Wawan Wello hoping for a better race today, and Nazrul Izzat Bahudin.
Move on to row 3, Fahmi Bassam, the young Indonesian, LFM Putra 969, alongside Charles Shazras from Estimo Yuzi Honda Racing Team. Ahmed Fazl Sham looking for back-to-back podiums for Pitts Bike.
On row 4 in P10 is the exciting young Indonesian Arai Gaska next to him. April King Moscato looking for a good result, and also looking for a much better race today, John Emsing in Guito.
Afif Amran comes in as a replacement rider for Cardinals Factory Racing. He's in P13. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, whose title chances disappeared yesterday, is alongside Pitabong Lupoinpeng for Team One for All.
Qualified down in 16th was double underbone champion Gupita Kreshna. Next to him in Team One for All, Pascon San Luang, and Estremo Yuzi Honda's Haziq Hamdam next to him.
Move down to row 7, Izam Iqmal, exciting young SCK Honda Malaysian racer, alongside Pacharagon, also from SCK Honda Racing, and Haziq Fairuz. Keep an eye out for Haziq, he's more than capable of producing a good result.
Another Filipino in P22, Giancarlo Maurizio, next to him, Antoine for Honda Racing Vietnam, and outside of him, the stand-in rider for Fazli Sham, Noor Hakim.
And a lonely row 9 for Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. 25 starters. Yesterday, unusually, they split up into 4 groups. That incident on the first lap that saw out 4 of the leaders allowed the front 5 to get away. Then they were dragged back in a little bit, but they were able to get away once again at the end. Akid Aziz is the man to keep a real eye on, as his team manager looks on. Back-to-back wins are unusual, but they have happened this season. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, back-to-back in race 2 in Sepang and race 1 in Sugo. Ahmed Afif Amran, bike number 50, as a replacement rider for Izzat Zaidi, who is recovering from a nasty incident in Capri. Best wishes to Izzat.
Yep, amen to that. Get well soon, Izzat Zaidi. Afif Amran finished about a second behind his teammate yesterday, which meant he was 11th.
Of course it is, of course it is. This is unique, the underbone on the Asian Road Racing Championship. And Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, Ruma Racing Yamaha, Maju Asia team. His record this year, he starts off with a P5, then he had a couple of disappointments, and then win, second, win, second, 6th.
And now taking P6 on the grid. And as he flexed on the bike, you're reminded, he's actually quite big in stature, Nazrul.
6 laps of the circuit. Last man just getting into place, Nguyen Antoine at the far end. Green flags tell us all are in place. Then our focus on the red lights. Top left of your screen. We are underway. And it's a slow start for Nazrul Izzat down on the second row. He's been really dropped quite significantly. Akid Aziz has got off to a decent enough start. 157, Murabil Vutoni is also in there. But Akid Aziz from pole position, first into the corner. But Nazrul Izzat a long way down. He lost 10, 12 places there, Barry Russell.
Yeah, that's a very conservative launch for him. Don't know what's in his mind at the moment, but let's see as the race progresses. But Akid Aziz converted his pole position into a hole shot, and he's still sitting there in P1.
Shafiq Grassol, who Daniel interviewed on the grid, is nicely tucked in into P2. Akid Aziz is accelerating away. It is amazing how sometimes you just get the circuit right. You know what's going on. Right the way through free practice, Akid and his team seem to have got this setup just about right.
Yeah. As they speed through there, it's difficult to get every single number there, but let's just see. We've got Fahmi Bassam up near the front there as well, alongside Shafiq Rasool.
The livery of Shafiq, easy to pick out. Murabil, I think, is in the midst there as well. P2 Murabil. Akid Aziz is leading a long procession.
And Wawan Wello in that group as well. Fazrul Sham in that group.
Akid just goes a little bit wide. Forced to stand up, lose a couple of places, which so easily happens. It's turn 12. It's almost like a hairpin turn at the bottom, and then they have this long-ish straight, just a little kink to the left, and then they've got themselves into good position. How you line up for this final corner can be so easy. So easy to get wrong, I should say. Shafiq Rasool leads from Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Great weekend for him. Wawan Wello. He's looking for a good weekend, Wawan Wello, or sorry, a good result after yesterday's crash, bike number 38.
Yeah, Hafisa Rover swept to the outside then and almost got himself into P1. But it's Akid Aziz, I think, who again led them into the first turn.
Just trying to look for bike 87, tucked in the middle. Nazrul Izzat tucked in the middle of that leading group, so he's all right there. He's just making the turn. Looks like in the early stages, stay out of trouble. Don't make any problems for yourself. Peter Kreshna had a dreadful start, right down in P21. He's got himself up into P19 at the moment. Gupita. Remember, if Gupita really doesn't have a good result, Nazrul can win this title today. He leads by 54 points.
Poor exit there. That was one of the SCK Hondas. Lost a lot of time on the exit there. 157 in the middle there is Murabil Vitoni. Fifan Ran working his way up towards the front as well.
It's a good Cardinals Racing duo today. In 1 and 2, Gupita Kreshna, 21st position. He's second in the championship standings. Shafiq Rasool is third on 87 points. This is looking increasingly promising for Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, Wawan also looking to make up for yesterday. Just have that confirmed as they crossed the line anyway. Nazrul was in 11th. He may still be.
Akid Aziz, the tower is flying away. He's Van Ran has put in a quick sector 2. Peter Kreshna has put in a very quick sector 1, so he's recovering from what was clearly a dreadful start. There is Nazrul Izzat. We're focusing on the number 87 because he is the championship leader. As he hunkers down, he just gets himself in a little group, gets a little pull, little slipstream. Going wide is 222, Fahmi Bassam.
Yeah, he's really pushing strongly. Hafisa Rofa keeping himself in the mix there.
Again, we focus on 87. It's a big ask to win it in a 12-race season. To win it in race number 10 would be huge. But it is very possible today if Nazrul Izzat can get somewhere in the top 6.
Yeah, a lot of calculating going on inside that helmet.
Akid Aziz, in the meantime, has said, right, my way to do the calculations is just to blow everybody else away.
Yeah, he's got leading the charge behind him. Wawan Wello, I think, currently.
Indeed, bike 38, just beaten to that left-hand corner by Afif Amran. He's playing kind of protector to Akid Aziz for Cardinals Racing. And they've got it dead right today, Cardinals.
Yeah, and whenever you do talk about breakaway wins, then your mind is drawn, your memory is drawn to Afif Amran.
Boriram.
Buriram
yeah,
last year. Last year.
Akid is trying to break away. Wamwello is the man closest behind.
Fazrul too.
Yeah, Ahmed
Teammate.
Fazl Sham looking for back-to-back. There he is. He had a P2 yesterday after a whole range of did not finishes, 4 DNFs for Ahmed Fazl Sham so far this season. Nazarul still down in P12, keeping himself out of danger. The purple Uma Racing, they're looking. Hazik Farouz, 17, he makes a little move. I do like Hazik. I think he's really is going to come good sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And as they crossed the line that time, the gap from Akid back to Hazik was 1.7 seconds.
Peter Krejner has got himself back into that leading group of 12. So he clearly had a problem on lap number 1, but he's manipulated his way back through. Peter. Roger Triliksana, where's Ryo Aji? Like 60 is struggling.
I'm struggling to find him on the timing screen.
He's not in the leading group, is he? Ryo Aji. There's Uma Racing, the purple livery of them. We are 3 laps through. We're beyond halfway. It's a longish circuit here, so the Underbone guys have to work pretty hard on these 150cc's, so it's 6 laps. They'll soon disappear, as is Akid Aziz, disappearing into the distance. Afif Amran, his teammate from Cardinals Racing, is the man leading the way. Wamwello's in that little group as well, but look at that splendid isolation. That's so rare to see for Akid.
That's yeah, shocking.
Hazik Farouz is there. Now then, Nazarul moves into P4, as he so often does. He's in the crowd and then he just appears in the latter stages of races. Bike 87 is the man to be looking at. Oh, Akid Aziz is out. Akid Aziz has blown and the leader has gone onto the grass, and we have a new race leader, so Akid's perfect weekend will not be so perfect after all. The new race leader is Murabil, Fahmi Bassam. There is Akid Aziz.
Yeah, he's pulled off. Couldn't see whether that was a mechanical failure. What happened was just obscured there by the timing strip on the left of the screen.
Murabil Vitoni and Hazik Farouz are the new race leaders. Wamwello, he had problems yesterday. He moves into P2. And Nazarul is at bike number 87. This is now looking good for 87. It's looking good for Uma Racing. Hazik Farouz leads the way. 2 laps to go. Poor old Akid. When everything goes so well, racing, it does that to you, Barry Russell.
It just looked too perfect, didn't it? Unfortunately for him. But a brilliant ride. But now it's over, and Hazik Farouz is showing strongly. Murabil Vitoni and Fahmi Bassam all showing strongly at the front and lurking just a few bikes back. Is the championship leader.
87 is the bike we really want to keep an eye on. He's not the first man in purple, that's Hazik Farouz. It's the second man in purple with the blue and red helmet. P7 at the moment.
Fahmi getting really out of shape there on the exit to
the LFN teammates. It's good for Indonesia Racing at the moment. Wamwello's in the mix there. Ahmed Fazl Sham, bike 11.
Pierpong Louis Boonpen, one of 2 Thai riders in this race, also putting himself in a good position.
Wamwello, the new race leader, taking Murabil Vitoni with him. Different line taken. Is that Hazik is in there?
Fahmi again swipes across the rest of the field to put himself in the front as they go into the turn 11-12 combination.
Yeah, Shafiq Grassol makes a move as well. Oh, on the grass there, that's not good. Ahmed Fazl Sham, 87, as they come into this final corner for the penultimate time. It's Pirapong who's there, forced very, very wide. Is that Fahmi Bassam again?
That was Murabil forced wide there. And that was wide, but he kept it gassed, and the field has closed up a little bit. It looked like there might have been a little breakaway, but Pirapong crossed the line first. He's
recovered there, Pirapong, and he is the race leader. There's turn 1 completed. Problem for is that Hafiza Rofa.
That's Noor Hakim.
No, Noor Hakim. Not a great weekend for Noor Hakim. His teammate, though, is the new race leader, Shafiq Grassol, temporarily, because Wawanwelo decides he wants a piece of the action.
But this is classic underbone.
Peter Kreshner's got himself up into P4. Afif Amran down in P7. The man we're really keeping an eye out for, though, is bike number 87. It all depends, where does he finish?
So let's pick one of these if you can. Most of the field is in that bunch. Look at that.
Midway through the final lap, there is 87. Nazrul Izzat is just squeezed out there, so it's so easy. He could get into the top few, or he could drop down as low as 10, 11, 12, and will be forced to wait to Buriram.
Yeah, through turn 10. A couple of riders went really wide there, but it's Wawanwelo at the front of this group right now.
What a difference to yesterday for Wawanwelo. 2-2-2, Fahmi Bassam goes along with him. There is Nazrul Izzat as they come into the final straight. It's the long straight until the final corner. Wawanwelo has the lead. Just behind him, 2-2-2, is Fahmi Bassam. Nazrul Izzat in that little group. Wawanwelo has a good tight line, he's under pressure, and Wawanwelo is beaten to the punch, and Shafiq Grassol comes to take it from Murabil. Wawanwelo third, Fahmi fourth, Haziq Farus fifth, Nazrul Izzat Bahudim in P6, 10 points for him. That will move him on to 156 points. Right then, Gupita Kreshner, a P9 for him, 7 points for him. I do believe we have got ourselves, Shafiq won the race. 44 points, the difference between Nazrul Izzat and Shafiq Grassol. We do not have a champion. We do have a winner, and Shafiq takes us to the final weekend of the season.
I'm almost as excited about your mental maths, Des, but that was a brilliant ride from Shafiq. Third yesterday, first today, by 9 thousandths of a second from LFN's Murabil Vitoni. Wawanwelo just a whisker behind him. Fahmi Bassam, who was strong all the way through, finished in P4. Haziq Farus, as we always say, he's a fast rider. He's coming, his day is coming. Nazrul Izzat, another well-ridden, cleverly ridden 6th place.
Shafiq Grassol, good reward for him. He won the first race of the season in Buriram. He's had a couple of podiums since then, and now he takes us to the final weekend.
And Pirapong ended up finishing in 8th, just in front of Gupita. Fajrul Sham second yesterday, 10th today. Less than 0.7 of a second off the lead. So the first 10 finishers covered by 0.7 of a second. Let's have another look.
Wawanwelo does really well. Shafiq Grassol, though, comes on the inside. Wawan is clearly aware of Murabil and Shafiq, and that is so close. They're both. It's almost a wheel. It's 1,000th of a second, as you say. That, ladies and gentlemen, is underbone for you.
That's it.
That's underbone.
Not quite a photo finish, but that was 9 thousandths, which is a gap we're used to judging by eye.
So, I believe this is the unofficial result. Shafiq Grassol, one XXTKR Racing Team, takes it by 9,000th of a second from Murabil Vitoni of LFN. Wawanwelo in P3, 700ths down. Fahmi Bassam, good result for him. Indonesia 2, 3 and 4. Haziq Farus, Uma Racing, Yamaha Maju, 4/10ths down. Nazrul Izzat in P6. It means that he is within touching distance of the title. Afif Amran, his teammate for Cardinals Racing, comes in P7. Pirapong Luboinpeng, team 1 for all. They tie in P8. Gupita Kreshner, a brave effort after a poor start from him, from the Indonesian. The 2-time winner, though, cannot win the title this year. He's in P9. Ahmed Fajrul Sham a P10 to add to his P2 yesterday. Pascon and Arai, 11 and 12. Giancarlo Maurizio in the points, as are Izam Iqbal and Pacharagon for SCK Honda Racing Team. Further down, out of the point, Charles Chazras. Not a great weekend for Charles. Antoine, good performance, P17, just 3 seconds down from the winners. Hazik Hamdan and Wayu Ajitriliksano was never in it for Racetech 60 Racing in 19th. Hutri, and again the Filipinos, Emerson Ngito and April King Moscato. Not a good day in China for Philippines. Noor Hakim crashed out, as we saw, for one X-Work TKR Racing, as did Akid Aziz, who went out when leading, and Hafiza Rofa also a casualty for one X-Work TKR Racing.
So, time to take a breath. This is Shafiq Rasool back, second win of the season. Really good ride from him. Another good rider in the 1XOX camp. Another good result from them. Unfortunately, their other two riders didn't finish, but the consolation of a win is welcome. And I just wonder whether Wawan Wello, as he looked back just before they crossed the line, whether that might have cost him, because he was swallowed up there by Shafiq and Murabil.
You do wonder what's going on in the mind for you to do that. Surely you're focused on what's ahead of you, or maybe you just felt he was a little bit underpowered. And he was caught up in the end, but 9,000th of a second. We've had closer this year. We've had 1,000th of a second, but 9,000th of a second is pretty good.
Yeah, in Mandalika, I think it might have been less than 1,000th of a second.
All right, let's go down to Daniel Bogas. He is at the Park Ferme to get some reaction from the leading three.
First of all, we're here at Park Ferme for the Underbone 150. First off, congratulations, Shafiq. What a brilliant ride. You were always at the front, and on that last lap, you timed it to perfection. Talk us through it.
Pertama kali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pasukan saya 1XOX TKR Racing Team. Pada minggu ini amat baik untuk saya. Saya berada di race 1 di tempat ketiga dan race kedua di tempat pertama. Pada perlumbaan tadi, saya cuba untuk duduk di hadapan. Tapi di pertengahan lap saya tertinggal di ke belakang, dan di last lap saya cuba pushkan diri saya untuk ke depan, dan di last corner saya stream dan berjaya mendapat tempat pertama.
Right, so Shafiq said that he had a great weekend. He lost the pack at the mid of the race, and then at the last lap you managed to catch it up. So Shafiq, congratulations, brilliant weekend. Congratulations to you and the team.
Another exhilarating race to report upon in the Underbone 150cc Championships. It really has been the championships to watch in Underbone this season. Nazrul Izabahudin was the man we had our eye on, a potential championship winner for bike number 87, but he didn't get off to the best of starts. Instead, Akid Aziz, who's been fast all weekend and won yesterday's race, bike 13, he was off to a flyer, Barry Russell.
Absolutely, he got away from pole position into the whole shot and pulled away until it all went wrong, and the whole field got past the point where we lost 4 of the front runners yesterday.
Akid Aziz in the blue livery, he was never lower than 4th or 5th. What are we? We're still on the first lap here. You could tell there was going to be a very congested, when no riders go out in the first couple of laps, you know it's going to be congested. That's the ending that we had. In the middle, we kept an eye on is Nazrul Izabahudin, wondering if he was going to make a charge, but the charge came from Akid Aziz in the light blue of Cardinals Racing, and it did look like it was going to be a breakaway that was going to get him the victory. In the end, though, engine problems would come back in. There he is, left of your screen, dropping out of the race, Akid.
Yeah, that looked like mechanical failure. And this was a clever race from Nazrul, is that we kind of wanted to see some fireworks from him, but that wouldn't have been the right strategy by most people's estimation. Murabil Vitoni fast again, almost led them across the line that time.
Wondering whether or not the title is coming to Uma Racing. Hazik Farouz, bike number 17, was trying to get onto the podium for the first time this season, I think. Yeah, no, he had a podium, bike 17, earlier on in the campaign. But again, our eyes are on bike number 87. Is he going to make a move? We're on the final lap here. Gubita Krejna, he's out of the championship reckoning now. Wawanwelo, after crashing out yesterday, he wanted to come through. He's leading, and then he's not. Shafiq Rasul in the green comes through, takes the victory. He's also the only rider who can possibly prevent Nazrul Izzat Bahudin taking the title when we go to Buriram in a month's time.
Yeah, Shafiq Rasul, great form from him. There goes Wawanwelo. Might be ruining that look behind.
Yeah. I always look at them on the podium and wondering, look at their mood. Second place, a good performance from Murabil Vitoni, his second podium of the campaign. And Shafiq Rasul on the Yamaha i15ZR. Malaysian flag. Very, very happy young fella as we listen to the Malaysian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia.
Proudly singling Nagaraku. Shafiq Rasul, second victory of the season, fourth podium of the season. Prizes today being awarded by Wendy Shen, the director of the Bureau of Commerce Zhuhai High-Tech Zone. It is a high-tech city that we are in. Try paying for something with cash in this part of the world, Barry. It's not easy, is it?
No, I've found it impossible so far.
Try finding an ATM as well. Murabil Vitoni, second place, LFM. That is a second podium, a second place of the season for Murabil. And Shafiq, brilliant for him. For Wawanwelo, I should have said it's a fourth podium, but two did not finish us for Wawan. Could have been better today. Stefan Karapier comes out to hand out the team award for the visually easy to identify 1XX TKR racing team. And Wendy Chen joins the team photo. Confirmation. Wawanwelo, Indonesia, P3 for Pitspike. Murabil Vitoni for LFN, Putra 969 in P2. Shafiq Rasul, the Malaysian, will take us into a competitive final round of the season. Here are the overall championship standings. 44 points the difference between Nazrul Izzat Bahudin and second place Shafiq Rasul. Nobody else can win the title. Murabil Vitoni, best of the rest on 101 points. Behind them, Gubita Krejna, 57 points adrift on 99. Wawanwelo on a lucky 88 in China. Akida's is 82, not so lucky for him. Engine problems for him when leading in race 2. Hafiza Rofa, he went out today, 81 points for him. Izzat Zaidi absent. Get well soon, young fella, for Cardinals Racing in P8. Haziq Farouz for Uma Racing Yamaha. Again, a decent performance from Haziq, but no win, 57 points for him. John Emerson and Gito, Y Ajitrilaksana, weekends to forget for them. Araya Gaska, what an exciting young talent is the young Indonesian. Ahmad Fazrul Sham will go away from here, remembering that P2 yesterday. Izam Iqbal and Pitapong Luboinpeng picking up P14 and 15. Going down the card even further, Fahmi Bassam, exciting young Indonesian. April King Moscato, weekend to forget for Uma Racing. Haziq Hamdan, 18. Cheryl Shazras, again a disappointing weekend for Cheryl, no points. Aditya Fauzi an absentee, as is Rinaldi. Pascal Saluang in P22 on 19. Ooh, with that breathless leaderboard, we will change our focus to the AP250s after a short break. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships. We've got 3 cracking races to come. Don't go too far away. We'll be back with you in just 2 minutes' time.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7.
Zhuhai International Circuit, bathing in glorious sunshine, a few little fluffy clouds a little bit further away, but it's a beautiful day for racing. You are watching the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships from the Zhuhai International Circuit. Coming up next is the AP250cc. Let's have a very quick look at what happened in yesterday's race 1. In race 1 yesterday, well, Astro Honda has really been the story throughout, but the rules mean it's difficult if you have a big lead in the championship. There's limitations on you, and so Astro Honda didn't have things all their own way, particularly when we look at bike number 54, Vader Eger. Even though he gets off to a great start, he would have a ride-through penalty, so this was a day when Astro Honda weren't the dominant force.
That's right, both Herjan and Razor carrying handicaps because of their big leads in the championship that they built up. Vader Eger was on a full power bike, but he had to do a ride through for an infraction in Sugo.
Yes, because he missed Mandalika, so even though he goes and takes a huge, huge lead, he would have problems. That meant that we could focus on the likes of Maglada Sarapwech, who always gives us reason to focus on her because she is an exciting rider. Can cause problems, but when she's good, she's very, very good. Behind her, keep an eye there on Herjan Adna. The championship leader loses it there. He slides out, and with that potentially goes his title chances.
Yeah, I think he just tripped himself up on the rear wheel of Ferozi Torakatula then.
Waino Groho for Yamaha Racing, his frustrating season continued, as the same for the Kawasaki, who looked a little bit underpowered here at Zhuhai, and there were all kinds of problems.
Yeah, that was Irfan Haikal going down then after a clash with Kevin Kinsel. He said he'd been nudged a couple of times this weekend, Kevin, but I think he was doing the nudging there.
And there's the ride through that cost Vader Eger the opportunity of when he would come back and take an astonishing P6.
Well, yeah, and that was with just 2 laps remaining. And yeah, he came back all the way up to P6.
It meant that there was a race for the line between Reza Danik Arans, the last remaining Astra Honda rider, and Muklada Sarapwech. And Muklada was discipline personified this time, and she took the perfect line and took the race win ahead of Reza Danica, sparking lovely dancing scenes in the pit lane. There's the dancing, and the victory goes to Muklada Sarapwech for the first time this season.
Yep, ahead of Reza Danica, and Jack Rapat, who is carrying a little injury, was third. Here's the circuit, slipstreaming important on these fairly long straights that we've got here, hard braking zones, lots of physical challenges for the riders. 9 right turns, 5 left.
Yeah, 4.3 kilometers, it's a good challenge. The circuit itself is nearly 30 years of age, but sometimes the slightly older circuits have that little bit more character, and that's, I think, exactly what we've got here in Zhuhai. Right, so talking of characters, I believe Daniel Bogas is down amidst that scrum in the pit lane.
Yep, he's just in the bottom right of the screen. Actually, I can see him.
And we hopefully go down to Daniel just to get some pre-race action. It's the AP250 coming up. Astra Honda in 1, 2, 3 in the championship standings. They have already won the title, the team title, and they're almost certain to win the individual title. Let's go down and get reaction from Daniel.
We're down here at the grid for the AP250 Race 2, and I'm next to a very important person in the grid. It's Astra Honda's manager, Mr. Rizky. So we want to ask you, you guys have 5 years as team champions, and you closed it off yesterday. How does that feel?
Yeah, of course we are very happy with this result. We're trying so hard since last year. We want to make a champion for just team and also riders. So we can make this year in 2023, and our 3 riders will be still have possibility to win the championship this year. Every rider will okay for us. Yeah.
How does it feel having such a talented young rider like Veda Ega on the rise right now?
Yes, we are always trying to get a young talented rider from Indonesia. Veda is just one of examples that we can get until this far, and he has many very good future for the next year also.
Thank you so much, appreciate it, and good luck for this race. And we're gonna head over next door, so sorry. We're gonna step aside and talk to Jakipat Putusan, who had a really good race yesterday, a really good weekend all around actually. So Jakipat, it was a great result for you in race 1, finishing on the podium, but the championship's already over for you and Muklada. So today, what's it going to be like for you guys?
Today I will do my best. Yeah, I will push hard. I will fighting for first position.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And we're going to scooch over back to one of the Astra Honda riders who was and still is mathematically in contention, Herjun. And it's a very serious looking Herjun now. But we're going to ask Herjun. So Herjun, yesterday, it was an unfortunate fall for you. Can you tell us what happened?
Yes, yesterday was a bad luck for me. I hit another rider, but today is another day, another chance, and that we will see. Thank you.
Love to hear that. Good luck, Herjun. And now we're going to head just one step back here to a very fast improving Cao Vietnam. And the Vietnamese Honda team, they've had their struggles, but this season, they're looking really good. And Cao Vietnam, I want to ask you one thing. This year, you guys have improved a lot. What is different this year?
The difference here, this year we improved the bike and myself a lot to confident to fighting with the top rider here in Asia. So I have managing to fighting this round and next round in Budiland. I will try fighting for the podium today.
How happy are you with the improvements you have this season?
Yeah, very happy. Team working very, very well this year.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race and the rest of the season. Can't wait to see more of it. It's back to you, Desmond Barry.
10th in the championship standings, Cal Vietnam. Best position, P4 in Thailand in round 2. And a couple of 6th place finishes as well. As you say, confidence really is the key to the improvement from Cal Vietnam.
Yeah, and he looks confident there despite crashing out yesterday.
This is Veda Ega Pratama. No ride-through problems for him today. So we'll be hoping that the dominant performance he put in for the first 6 laps yesterday won't go to waste. Second alongside him, Jack Ripat. And I keep talking to you about the Thai riders, and you like this fella.
Yep, I like Jack Ripat. He has been really fast. He bounced up from a crash in qualifying yesterday in which he hurt his hand, but still managed to get on the front row of the grid. So another promising rider coming through the Honda Racing Thailand system. And
yesterday's race winner.
Yeah, yesterday's race winner, Muklada Sarapwech.
There's always a headline with Muklada. She's caused a little bit of consternation. Had a couple of penalties this year. But the overall championship leader is Reza Danica Arons. He's 26 points clear of Herjan Atna with 3 races to go.
Interesting that he managed to come through and finish second yesterday. He was going for the win, but he told Daniel that he thought Muklada braked impossibly late for that final turn. He was shocked at what Muklada did to get through. He couldn't see it on camera. There's Herjan. He needs to finish today to keep his chances alive. And there's the 3rd Honda Racing Thailand rider coming in, Tanat Long Pliao.
Qualification time inside 1:51, as was Cal Vietnam, who we saw before. This is Fairozi Chorakatila from Indonesia, the fastest of the Yamahas. Fairozi, 3 did not finishers. P4 yesterday, but 3 did not finishers. Do not help your cause in any way, shape or form. Wainagroho, 2 did not finishers.
Yeah, but the podium, his first podium in Mandalika last time out.
Indeed, and a couple of P4s as well, so that did not finish is an aberration in recent form for Wainagroho. I think we'll have a chance just to get a few more close-ups. Cal Vietnam is alongside Fairozi and Wainagroho on that 3rd row. Now then, the Kawasaki's, they look a little bit underpowered here. Irfan Ardiansa, formerly, of course, of Astro Honda, hasn't had the most successful of seasons.
No, he hasn't, and we were expecting him to go well here, especially after last time in 2019 when he was with Astra Honda. He picked up 2 podiums, but he hasn't been anywhere near that pace this time.
Young Indian, Kevin Quintal, Honda Racing India.
Yeah, he's learning, getting more aggressive,
Broad
as he
shoulders.
said earlier. Yeah, yeah, he's a tough lad.
And a young, very talented Malaysian Hidlan Makimi from Bunshu Honda team. That is down in P12. There'll be 23 starters. Aiki Iyoshi, another one. And still the greatest mystery is last season in Sugo. What happened to Ayuki Iyoshi's bike on the way up the hill?
I know, that is one of the Bermuda Triangle stories from ARRC. Oret Tongnopakun for East NJT Racing Team in that distinctive fuchsia pink, I was officially told, and white livery. Teammate outside him, that's that's Suhatai Chemsap, the veteran. He's ridden just about everything in ARRC over the last 20 years, standing in for the injured Louis Ruiyun.
Okay, so the grid is being cleared. The 1-minute board goes up. Engines underway. That is the corner, the 14th corner right behind them. It's a long straight here. And as you can see, slightly uphill. The finish in the previous race, the Underbone 150s, the hill caused a problem for Wawanwelo. Right then, here is the starting grid, just confirmation. Veda Ega Pratama looks to build on yesterday's P6 from P1 in qualification. Jack Ripat for Honda Racing Thailand alongside yesterday's race winner, Muklada Sarapwech on the 1st row.
Championship leader Reza Danica Arons for Astra Honda is in P4 leading the 2nd row. Next to him, his closest championship rival, Herjan Atna for Adaus. Tanat Long Pliao for Honda Racing Thailand outside of him.
On to the 3rd row, and we have got Cal Vietnam from Vietnam, Honda Racing Vietnam. Fairozi from Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P8. Wayne Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia P9.
Irfan Ardiansyah leads row 4. Next to him, Kevin Quintal, good qualification from him for Honda Racing India. Itlan Hakimi for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda behind him.
The 5th row, Aiki Aoshi, the Japanese on the Volto Sniper Mantech team. Warit from East NJT Racing alongside the experienced Zhuhai, also East NJT Racing.
And also from East NJT Racing, Watrin Timon in P16. Liu Chun Mei next to him, P17. 18, Longnang Zhe.
Mosim Parambam from India, Honda Racing India, the second of the Honda Racing India bikes, alongside Irfan Haikal from Bunsu Honda and Gao Ziang from Clover Racing, one of the wild cards from China.
And rounding out the grid, P22, Nguyen Duc Tan, next to him Nitian for Victor Racing, MLT Yamaha.
23 starters on the grid. We expect them to split up into at least 4 different groups. Astra Honda Racing already confirmed as team champions. Theoretically, they can absolutely confirm that they will be the individual champions today. In fact, they already are confirmed as individual champions. Ayoshi is 90 points adrift and there's only 75 available, so it's perm anyone from Reza Danica, Herjan Atna and Veda Ega for the individual championship. And the lead for Reza Danica, bike 123, is 26 points clear of Herjan Atna Ferdaus.
Yeah, that was a costly error indeed by Herjan yesterday.
It is amazing. You look back over a season for Herjan Atna. He did not finish in Buriram in round 1 of the season, and you don't think it really matters, but it does. It comes back to hurt you very, very much if you're in contention at the end of the campaign.
Yeah, 4 wins, 1 second, 1 third, but it just took 1 DNF to put him at least 1 win behind Reza Danica. Reza Danica, what a quality rider.
The previous champion, Reza Danica, and everybody gets in. It's a congested grid, 23 racers on the grid. Conditions are absolutely perfect. Most guys wearing dark visors covering. Ten laps of the circuit. Top left of your screen. Red lights are on. AP 250 race 2 of the weekend from Zhuhai is underway. And look at that start. Smooth as silk from Veda Ega. Maklada tries to just take a different line, but Veda Ega, gosh, he has taken a good 20, 25 metres from Herjan Atna on the first corner.
Fantastic start for him, perfect, in fact. And the others holding their positions behind him.
Absolutely wonderful indeed. Behind him was actually Jakrapat, who went with him. Ooh. And an early incident. It's one of the Kawasaki's.
That's, I think, oh no, it's not. It's
Irfan Ardiansyah will just confirm 16 is in.
I think
so Irfan's in, so it's Ayoshi.
Or was it Liu Chun Mei? I'm not sure.
The third Kawasaki, isn't it?
Okay. Liu Chun Mei, yeah.
That's at the back. No flags at the moment, delighted to say. At the tail end.
Veda Ega not looking threatened. He's got 3 bike lengths between him and Jakrapat.
Remember, he was leading by a country mile yesterday when he had to go in for the ride-through penalty. Picked up for an infringement in Sugo because he missed Mandalika. And it looks like he's carrying on here. Only Jakrapat is even close to going with him. Decent start by Ferozi on the Yamaha. He's the first of the Kawasaki's.
Ferozi looking strong early in the race this time. It took him a while to make his way up last time. Reza Danica staying with him, staying with Ferozi.
There's no stopping the man up at the front, Veda Ega Pratama. There's Herjan Atna, second in the championship standings. 26 points down on Reza Danica.
Yeah, Reza Danica holding his starting position in 4th. Muqtada down to 5th, Hergen 6th.
Well, if Hergen were to fail to finish today, Reza Danica could win the title today. But let's hope that's not the case, as Muqtada, yesterday's race winner, just goes around the outside of Hergen at the third house. First of the Yamahas, there's 2 Yamahas in there. Wyron Nagroho and Fairuzi. We're trying to get some form, get some laps on the circuit if nothing else. Look for development of the Yamaha ahead of the next season, 2024, which is fast approaching.
And we've been talking a lot about the talent of Veda Ega, but let's just pause and say the same thing about Chakrapat. He's riding with an injured hand, and he's the only rider who's really staying anywhere close to Veda Ega at the moment.
Those front 2 pulling away. You're quite right, Chakrapat, the only one who can. 36 behind them, Fairozi. He's leading the next group, although Muqtada looking for a win double. Very interesting what you said about her leaving the braking so late on the last corner in victory yesterday. It's very Muqtada. Very brave.
Yeah. But it worked on that occasion.
This is the corner we were talking about, where Muqtada again leaves the braking late and leans into the corner. Trusts the tyres.
Yeah, so if she is in a close battle, by the time we get to the end, then that'll be an interesting thing to watch again. It's Ferozi versus Muqtada for that 3rd place at the moment.
Ferozi's going well. 8 laps remaining.
Yep, and some blue on the podium wouldn't be a bad thing by any stretch.
And some green somewhere near the front end wouldn't be a bad thing either. Kawasaki have not had the best of times. They've, Irfan Ardiansa had a podium in Mandalika. It's been difficult for Kawasaki all season.
Yeah, Irfan in 8th or 9th, just ahead of Cal Vietnam. And Aikiyoshi not too far behind him.
Down in 11th. As we just focus on the middle at the moment, because these 2 are pulling away. Fairozi is also just being able to hold on ahead of Muqtada. Interesting to see that Reza Danica is just staying nice and close to Muqtada, not letting anybody get away. Hergen is struggling.
Yeah, interesting. It will be interesting to watch both Hergen and Reza Danica, because they are both carrying rev handicaps of 1,000 RPM.
Cal Vietnam, we focused on him, we had a little chat with him, we mentioned his consistency this year. Ironically, he did not finish yesterday, but his consistency has been the key for the improvement for the Vietnamese racer. And he's been a good competitor for ARRC over the years. As we look at the battle here for P3, which is still being led by Fairozi. In terms of timing, they're 4 seconds down on the leaders. This is terrific. Chakrapat is having to work so hard just to even stay close with Veda. And Veda, remember, is still young. He's still a teenager, Veda.
Yeah. And yeah, impressive from Chakrapat. Nobody else is able to stay anywhere like as close. Look at the best lap times. 49.7 for Veda Ega and 49.9 for Chakrapat.
Right then, Reza Danica has decided he wants to just take a little bit of a move. He's moved up into P3 ahead of Fairozi. Muqtada stranded behind in P4. There will be no get out of jail card for the teams in P3 at the moment as Tanat goes backwards. Kawasaki of Irfan Ardiansa goes ahead of him. Surprisingly, the elevation takes me a little bit by surprise. It's not huge, but you're going up maybe 20 feet from lowest to highest point in that little straight.
Yeah, honestly, going around there on foot, I didn't even notice it.
He decides that Reza Danica can't have things his own way. 26 points the differential between Reza Danica and Herjan Atna. 75 points available before this race in this season. The final round of the season is in Buriram, 2nd and 3rd of December. It'll be on these networks. Do join us for the finale of the campaign as Khao Vietnam makes a brave ride through the inside.
That was a confidence move, wasn't it?
Or did he just leave braking too late?
Well, he held on to it, whatever it was, but it showed a lot of confidence.
It certainly did.
And he's put himself right up with this battle for P3.
So Reza Danica still holding on, just ahead of Herjan Atna. Khao Vietnam, just back end slips away from him a little bit. This is the battle for P3 as they go past us. 5.7 seconds down. Vader and Jakrapan well clear.
Khao Vietnam taking the fight to Herjan for P3. This is interesting.
Liking this from Khao Vietnam.
Yeah, it's good.
He said confidence, that was the word that he used. It just makes him more confident. As Jakrapan goes through, this is the battle for P3. Herjan from Khao Vietnam, from Reza, from Fairozi. Tanat's in that little group as well. I'm glad to see Irfan Ardiansa, one of the Kawasaki's, and Wayu Nugroho as well.
Yeah, Wayu just behind Irfan.
Like 89 at the back of that group.
Yeah, this is an interesting group to watch, this one. Variety of bikes, riders, riding styles. Mukhtar back in the middle of it at the moment.
Now Herjan just being able to drag away from Khao Vietnam. Fairozi decides, Mr. Vietnam, I'm going on the inside of you. Khao Vietnam just has to take some evasive action. Reza Danica down in, what's that, 3, 4, 5, 6th place for bike number 123.
Yeah, that's not a bad position for him. He can stay there, he can get a slipstream, and he's clever enough to make up another couple of places when they get to the final corner.
There is our lead, and he's made a big a chase for the lead there as Khao Vietnam. We're keeping focused on this battle for P3 because Veda Ega Pratama on the Astra Honda is leading by a long way. Reza Danica, focus on him because he's the championship leader with won 7 podiums in 9 races. And his other finishers with 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Vader 2 seconds clear of Jakrapat. It's about another 3 seconds back to Herjan and his chasing group.
Reza, oh, that looked like he lost a lot of shape there, Reza Danica. The camera just cut away. As McLeod was there, well, Reza found the shape back. And McLeod went very wide. Tanat has got ahead of Reza Danica, who had a moment there. Herjan from Fairozi, from Khao Vietnam. That's the battle for P3.
Fairozi fancies it now.
4 distinct groups. The leading group, this is the battle for P3. And then the battle for P7, led by Tanat. Tanat Lungpio from Thailand.
Yep, he leads Reza, and Reza is just ahead of Irfan, and Mukhtar is behind them. So Mukhtar down in yesterday's winner, down in P9 currently.
Well, as we look at Tanat, Reza Danica just goes on the inside. Wayu Nugroho, another frustrating day for the Indonesian, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. That's a long push home for Wayu.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. 2 DNFs this weekend.
Irfan Ardiansa trying to just stay on the tail of Reza Danica Arens. Well, unless something happens to Herjan Atna, we are definitely going into a title chase into the into the final weekend of the season. And Veda Ega Pratama could well be much closer. 65 points adrift at the moment. A victory here can keep him in the remotest of contentions. Tanat takes evasive action, number 11.
Yeah, Khao Vietnam sustaining his challenge really well.
This is very underbonish, isn't it? They're just jockeying for position in these mid laps, and the real action, I think, is going to come in the final maybe 2 laps.
Stringing out a bit. Irfan Ardiansya needs to make sure he can get onto the back of Mukladar, just in front of him. He's got Tanat behind him, so this group could concertina up if they don't beat each other up too much.
Again, it's nice to see Cal Vietnam, keep mentioning him. We want more nations to be competitive in this Asia Road Racing Championship. As it is the Indonesian team and the Indonesian riders of Herjanatna, Reza Danica and Veda Ega are dominating. We'll be coming through with 2 laps to go at the end of this corner. This is the contest for P3, and there's the championship leader, bike 123. Astro Honda Racing's Reza Danica Ahrens.
Yeah, Aiki Oshii is a couple of seconds off the back of his teammate Irfan. Warwick for East NJT is 11th. And he is new fastest lap.
Inside 150. Everyone else is in the 151s. That's the difference.
Yeah, Jack Rapat put in a 149.9, but that was on about his second flying lap, lap 2.
In P3. This is an endurance battle in many ways, if you can have endurance in a sprint race. But it's just making sure you don't make mistakes, because mistakes can cost you 2-3 places. As Maklada is finding out, she is under pressure from Irfan Ardiansya. Yesterday's victory for Maklada seems a long way away today.
It certainly does, and she's, well, as we know, she's a rider that's full of fight. So is Irfan. These two are probably the feistiest riders in this category.
Battling out for lucky 8th position in China. Maklada, bike 44, she comes through. And Fairozi has a look on the inside of Herjan, nothing happening there. Cal Vietnam still being able to maintain his P5 at the moment, though Reza Danica is tracking his every move just at the moment. As a commentator, you're not meant to root for riders, but Cal Vietnam, I'd love to see him just maybe get a really good result.
As you said, Des, it's good to see some diversity and nationality coming through. India will be coming soon. Their best rider so far is Kavin, who's fighting for P11 with Warwick.
Good little battle going on between those two. And off the camera, this is intriguing. Kawasaki at the tail end. Irfan Ardiansya just can't. He and Maklada just can't get there as we keep looking at this battle for P3, where Cal Vietnam, right on cue, goes through into P3 ahead of Herjanatna. And the Vietnamese, bike 65.
Yeah, Herjanatna we were talking about at the start of this weekend as the form rider in this category, off the back of 3 wins, being taken by the Vietnamese, or at least being challenged. See, there's some edge between these two, Mukladar and Irfan.
Jack Rapat goes through, bike 20, he's in P2, a long way clear. But he's 5 seconds adrift of the leader. They themselves are 6 seconds here, so there's Jack Rapat, and 6 seconds behind him. Fairozi is the new P3 on the Yamaha. And the Vietnamese Honda of Cal Vietnam in 4, Herjanatna 5, Tanat wants to join the party. Reza Danica wants to have a little sniff on the inside. And he forces the Yamaha out wide.
Cal Vietnam chopped across the others very confidently on the way to turn 11 under braking.
There will be a warning there, I think, for respecting the track limits, going onto the green lines for the Yamaha, even though he was pushed out. Those green lines, that green that you can see on the marking, that's your track limits line. Violate those and you risk incurring the wrath of the stewards.
Lonely into the final lap for Jack Rapat, but it's been a really good ride from him.
Again, And Fairozi forced to just take evasive action. There is Chakrapat. And this is the battle for P3, and look at that. Reza Danica and Herjan Atna decide that once it gets down to the business end, Astra Honda have been the team of the season, utterly. We've rather ignored Veda Ega Pratama because he has been so dominant.
I'll tell you what, Tanat's coming up through that group well. Cal Vietnam has dropped back.
Here's our winner from start to finish, Veda Ega Pratama. His lead 7 seconds over Chakrapat. He has been outstanding all weekend. This is the battle for P3, which is forever changing. We can't ignore the winner. Chakrapat goes through. Herjan and Reza Danica looking to make it a 1-2-4 for Astra Honda Racing.
1-2 in the championship, these two, so this is a really interesting contest.
But your winner for his second win of the season, Veda Ega Pratama, and it'll be 7, 8, 9 seconds ahead. Slowing down. Chakrapat, a lonely P2, but a very good P2, and Herjan Atna is just going to keep the championship alive going into the final weekend of the season to beat Reza Danica in for P3.
Nice scrap there, but it was interesting how the Astra Hondas broke away from the rest of that battle for P3. But a revenge ride, a revenge win for Veda Ega Pratama. Chakrapat establishing himself once again as we watch the celebrations in the Astra Honda pit. I think they're quite pleased with that.
As they should be. Veda Ega Pratama led from start to finish. No wonder, big pat on the back for the young fella. And I think that was as close as anyone's got to getting close to him today. Tries to work on the wheelie. This is a kid, I think, with international stardom beckoning.
He has, yeah. It was interesting when the interview Daniel did with him with the boss on the grid. He said, yeah, he is good, but the big thing that came through to me there was that they have a system for developing talent, and yeah, Veda Ega is a really exciting young talent.
Dominating a race with some international athletes. 9.2 seconds clear. That is a huge margin in Asian Road Racing Championship terms. Veda Ega Pratama, Astra Honda Racing taking the victory from Chakrapat Puitasan from Honda Racing Thailand. Herjan Atna, Reza Danica are first and second in the championship. Reza, the championship leader, but slightly reduced margin, down to 23 points now. Maklada Sarapech behind Tanat Longplo in the Honda Racing Thailand battle. Fairozi fell away to P7 on Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Cal Vietnam, good performance from him, 8 points from him to keep up his consistent season. Irfan Ardiansa winning the mini battle of the Kawasaki's quite comfortably ahead of Ayiki Ayoshi. Warrit on East NJT Racing, 25 seconds down. Kevin Quintal, reasonable performance, 32 seconds down. He just got the better of the experienced Zhuhai for P12. Points also for the two Idemitsu Ubuntu Honda Racing Team racers, Idlan Hakimi and Irfan Haikal, both from Malaysia. Further down, 0 points for Watcherin Duktan. Mosim Paramban, 1 minute down, but it's time on the track for him, as it is for Nitian of Victor Racing. Wayan Agroho did not finish, neither did Gao Ziyang or Yu Chunmei from Chinese Taipei on the Kawasaki. They were the two who went out very early on, but our winner, as Nitian comes in, our winner in very comfortable style, and it's not often we can say that in Asian Road Racing Championship terms, but a very comfortable victory for Veda Ega Pratama.
Very convincing, entirely convincing, and you just wonder what the future will hold for Veda Ega.
He cannot win the championship this year. The results today mean that only two, Reza Danica or Herjan Atna, can be champions. It's a 23-point differential between Reza and Herjan Atna. Veda is 53 points adrift.
Yeah, missing the Indonesian round really took him out of contention. But great things ahead for him. And there he is, getting suitably hugged and ruffled by the Astra Honda team. Ciao, Vader. Okay.
Bella ciao, bella ciao.
Yeah, Chakrapat congratulates him. He did what he could.
And P3 also for Herjan Atner, but those two did not finishers mean that he has got a monumental task to try and take the title. I think in just a short moment, Daniel will be able to get amongst the scrum there, amongst all the smiles and the Astra Honda Racing backslapping. And we will try to get just a little bit of reaction. In the meantime, there's the sights of Zhuhai as we await the final two races. And I think we can go down into the Parc Fermé for some reaction from Daniel.
We're down here at Parc Fermé for the AP250 Race 2. And then once again, Veda, we're meeting each other more often, and that's only because you are such a fantastic rider. And it's unbelievable, the dominance you have. How do you make it look so easy?
Yes, race one I have read through, and yeah, I try to keep focus and keep in my pace in this race, and then I make a gap, and then yeah, I can finish number one, and I will say thank you for my team, my mechanic, Bang Ebo, Tio, and Astra Honda Racing team, all sponsor who will support me, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Veda. Congratulations on a fantastic win.
Highlights from a fabulous victory from Veda Eger Pratama for Astra Honda Racing in race 2 of the weekend, race 10 of the season of the AP250cc at the Asia Road Racing Championships. Bike number 54 was on pole position. He got a great start, Barry Russell, and nobody was able to get close to him after that start.
That was it. His start was immaculate. His race was immaculate. We didn't see much of him, but I'm pretty sure he didn't make a mistake for the whole race. Unlike Yuchum Mei, I think that was, for Kawasaki.
And Leong Nyung-se from Victor Racing. They were the two who went out there. Behind, we would focus very much on the battle for P3 because that's where all of the action was. There was a lot of jockeying for position. Herjan Atner would eventually get it, bike number 46, and after crashing out yesterday, that was important for him to take it into the final race of the season. But at various times, we had McLaren, we had Reza Danica, and we had Cal Vietnam in the lead in that battle for P3.
Yeah, McLaren and Cal Vietnam early on, and Cal Vietnam later on as well, featured in that battle, but ultimately faded. Yesterday's winner, McLaren, would eventually get beaten by both her teammates.
A long walk home for Wayo Nugroho, two did not finish us in a weekend, but two convincing performances. Chakrapat, well done for him, he's only a young fella as well, let's not forget, he's showing plenty of promise, is the tie. Herjan Atner, what are we, 3 laps to go here. Herjan Atner just trying to pull away from the rest, but Reza Danica, bike number 123, he's a canny campaigner. He knows he doesn't have to win races to win this title, and I think he's riding within himself. So let Veda have the glory today, let Herjan have a place on the podium, because Reza Danica is the man who is eventually surely going to take the title.
Yeah, if you're carrying a 1,000 RPM handicap, then there's no way you're going to beat a rider without that handicap of the quality of Veda. And we just missed the celebrations there.
We salute you, Astra Honda Racing, and we salute this young fella. It's not going to be the last time we see him on the podium. It's the second time we've seen him on the winner's rostrum already this season. He won in Sepang, he's won in Zhuhai, and he will enjoy the Indonesian national anthem. Indonesia Raya proudly belted out by Veda Ega Pratama. And you looked at his team, and Stefan Karapier prepares to hand out the awards to the winners. You look at the team, they know they've got a gem on their hands, don't they, Astra Honda Racing?
They do, yeah. I was just reflecting that Herjan Atner, the rider who finished third, came off the back of 3 wins on the bounce, but he's been put in the shade. It's amazing.
Jakrapat, good performance, good weekend for Honda Racing Thailand, all considered. A win yesterday, P2 today. But take away the ride-through penalty, and he would have been a comfortable winner yesterday, Veda Ega Pratama, as comfortable as he was today. He won by over 9 seconds, which is a rarity at ARRC level. Stuart Tan, the general manager of Zhuhai International Circuit, handing out the prize to Risky, the already crowned champions, team champions for the AP 250s, Astra Honda Racing. On confirmation, Herjan Atner, Astra Honda P3, Jakrapat in P2 for Honda Racing Thailand, and your race winner, Veda Ega Pratama, for his 2nd win of the season and his 6th podium. In the overall championship standings, and then there were only two able to win the title. Reza Danikar takes a 23-point lead into the final round of the season. Veda Ega Pratama, despite the victory today, cannot win the title. Only 50 points available next weekend in Buriram. Jakrapat, 93 points down. He'll be targeting 100 points, as will Iyoshi, who, despite us saying Kawasaki have had a difficult time, is still close to 100 points. Muklada, winner yesterday, not at the races today in P6. Irfan Ardiansa on 79 points on the Kawasaki Ninja for Motul Sniper Mantech. Fairozi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia on P8. Cal Vietnam continues to pick up points. Another 8 today to take him up to 63. Honda Racing Vietnam improving week on week. Wayan Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia out twice today, this weekend. Tanat in P11, Irfan Heikel and Idlan Hakimi. It's a learning curve for the Bunchu Honda Racing team, 48 and 40 points respectively. And similarly, learning curve for East NJT Racing, Warit and Watcharin. Okay, we take a break as a little gentle breeze comes in from the forests surrounding the Zhuhai International Circuit. When we come back, though, there will be some high-octane action as we move on to the Super Sport 600s. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships from Zhuhai in Southeast China.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from the beautiful scenery in southeast China. We are at the Zhuhai International Circuit, approaching 30 years of age, this circuit, but it has grown with beauty, but also an awful lot of building has gone around. But there's a lot of green for us, a little bit of wind as well to help the riders. We've got 2 more races coming your way today. We start off with the Super Sports 600cc. As you can see, it's 29 degrees, a little bit of wind, humidity 74% is the only thing that makes it slightly uncomfortable. But let's just look back to yesterday and look at the race of race 1 yesterday, won by Azroy Hakim Anwar from Bunchu Honda. Best of the highlights, there is Azroy Hakim, who can't win the title, but is good enough to actually have an input in who actually does take the title. Azroy Hakim, bike number 20. He was starting in P2 on the grid. Didn't get off to the best of starts. That went to Helmi Asman. Kito Abe out on the very, very first corner. 2 going out, Chip Nakarin also going out, and we thought that was the end of the day for Chip Nakarin. It wouldn't prove to be that way. No,
Chip Nakarin, one of the contenders at the start of the race, but he was going to have a little bit of luck.
The luck would come from the fact that these 3, Tsuchihiro Minamoto, bike 22, plus the Bunchu Hondas of Azroy Hakim, 20, and Helmi Asman, they were running away with things, and then an incident involving Zhao Fenglong produced a red flag. So the riders were called in for a 4-lap sprint, which is always frustrating for those who have got a big lead. There were big repairs for Chip Nakarin when we got underway though. Helmi Asman, 32, would get off to a decent start. It'd be the same 3 though out in the front, though Carol Idenpai would also join that party.
Yeah, it was a great start for this part of the race. The sprint by Tsuchihiro Minamoto, but the Bunchu Hondas were lurking not so far behind.
3 Bunchu Hondas on the grid, and it's bike number 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar, who would eventually come through to take the lead. As I say, he can't win the title, but he would go on to pick up a 2nd win of the season. There he is going past Minamoto, who's been quick all season. But Azroy Hakim Anwar would soon find Helmi Asman for company, and those 2 would have a really good little battle. The switch back there, though, that would prove to be the crucial manoeuvre. Azroy Hakim would be able to hold on as they came around the final corner, and a 2nd win of the season for Azroy Hakim Anwar, and an emotional victory for him, one that he dedicated to his late mum, and that was celebrated in the Bunchu Honda garage. Okay, right. Yeah. The standings as a result of that, and coming into this, Carol Idenpawi is the man who has the lead. He came 4th yesterday. He's got a lead of 23 points from Tsuchihiro Minamoto for Yamaha Gem Blue Racing, and I think Tsuchihiro might well fancy another big finish here today. And they are the big 2 in the championship standings. Helmi Asman 3rd, 3 points down, and Chip Nakarin on 131. This is the circuit that they've got to go round, and it's a challenging circuit.
It certainly is. Lots of hard braking, fast straights, bumps on the track as well. It's an older track, so it does have some bumps. But these riders have been here for 3 days now in anger, so the setup is as good as it's going to be.
Okay, let's get some reaction. I believe Daniel Bogus is down, not up in the helicopter, I'm glad to say. He's down on the pit lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now down at the intermediate class. It's the Super Sports 600, and it's going to be an interesting one. The Honda dominance has been broken up by a very rapid Soichiro Minamoto, but we're going to talk to a very, very rapid man in the Super Sports 600 class. It's none other than Kip. Kip, early in the practice and qualifyings, it looked like you struggled a little bit, but in the race yesterday, you started coming in strong, but still a bit of a struggle. Could you tell us about how it's been in your first time here?
Yes, in the first day it was quite positive, and then after the qualifying, I didn't find the way to go fast. Then after the race 1 yesterday, I can stay with the front group, and and I don't have extra on the gas at the end of the race. And I think for position it was really good for me for the championship point. And yeah, let's see in the race 2 for sure everyone will go fast.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're gonna scooch right over here. We got Andy Muhammad Fadli, and we're just gonna wait a second as our photographer takes a couple of pics, and now we're gonna interrupt him. So Andy, it's been a learning season for you on the 600s, your rookie year, but this weekend has been positive. You've been closer to the top. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, now I feel it's still not enough, but coming better. And for the rest too, I will try to follow the group and enjoy the rest.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck with this race, and we're definitely gonna enjoy watching Andy get to grips with the 600s. And we're gonna quickly have a word with Panason Kasanti. So Panason, it's over even right now for the title championship, but you and the team can still fight for the overall. How do you feel about that going in?
For the practice day, I more in the learn for the attack, and I've been 2 times for the China in the Zhuhai. Yeah, in the yesterday late one, I this will because I had a problem in the bike, and so in the morning warm up, I really confident for the late 2, and anything happen, I will do my best.
Thank you so much. We do believe that you're going to do your best. Can't wait to see more. Team Championship still live. We're going to try and get a quick word with Dunlop if I can find them. But for now, we're just going to throw back to Des and Barry because I can't find Salvin Dunlop, but we'll catch up in a bit.
Yeah, it's we've had some really good information coming through from Dunlop, as we always do. The really interesting thing, if only we could tell Daniel that Sal is over there on the right of the grid. I can see him. But we've had some really good information. There are new tyres available. Dunlop have had them under development this season. They've decided to release them. They're 180 by 60, so they're smaller tyres, but they do fit on the existing wheel rims, and they give slightly better performance, and of course being slightly narrower, they allow the bikes to turn more quickly. Yesterday, about half the grid tried those out. It's not the podium finishers though. There is yesterday's winner, Azroy Hakim Anouar. Big smiles from him. He wouldn't put another win past him today either.
Along him onside the first row of the grid, Adinantra Putra from Astra Honda Racing Team. Adinantra, we do get information from Dunlop about who is going to experiment with those new tyres, and that experimentation will carry on to Buriram and will probably be introduced next year as well. Dunlop are really trying to give the riders a lot of options. Adinantra Putra, where is Adinantra? He's had a frustrating season. 1 podium at Mandalika, but trailing in 8th place yesterday, 68 points. That's Soichiro Minamoto. I am expecting Soichiro to be fast today.
Yeah, I think he'll be another podium. Maybe he'll take another step up.
And so long as he doesn't get taken out on the first corner, Chip Nakarim is likely to be competitive as well on the Honda CBR 600. That's a consistent run of results that he's had all season, Chip Nakarim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 podiums. 1 disqualification in Sugo is hurting.
Yeah, that's hurts him. He recently wrapped up the Chang International Circuit-based Superbike title a couple of weeks ago. There's Ratapong. He was fastest in warm-up. Looks much, much better yesterday and today. Let's see if he can put a good race together.
Former champion, of course, 600cc champion in 2018. So there the front 6, the 3-minute board is up.
That is Ibrahim Noureddin, who hasn't gone as well as we expected on the Gen Blue Yamaha this weekend, which is a shame because he's such a talented rider.
P8 yesterday for Ibrahim. Galang Hendra as well. Got himself a P6 yesterday. He was 3 seconds behind the leaders. And then after Galang Hendra, we'll see if Kito Abe can get beyond the first corner as well. Abe is still an outside chance of making it to the title. A very, very outside chance. Just 44 points off the championship lead. But he's got to stay on the bike and he's got to get a finish and on the Yamaha for one XOX TKR racing team is capable of a podium. You've got some tyre information courtesy Dunlop, Barry.
Yeah, we've got about half the grid are taking advantage of that new tyre. This looks like the same as yesterday. So Anantaputra, Nakarin, Ratapong, Galanghendra. Carolyn Powie has switched back to the older tyre. Andy Fadley's running a new. And Zhu Fenglong and Jia Yifeng are also.
So that was Jia Yifeng, one of the wildcards from Jim's 777Y racing team. Lin Jife from Silver Steed Racing.
They've got huge support here. I had to walk out at lunchtime, as you know, and there are fans everywhere wearing the merchandise and everything. They're having a really good time here. Great to see them in ARRC.
And Zhou Fenglong, who came off yesterday. His incident caused the red flag, but it was more the position of the bike where it finished. That caused the danger, that caused the red flag. He will complete a grid of 15 races. Of the leading group, who's taken advantage, Adanantaputra. So the 1, 2 and 3, Helmi, Hakim and Minamoto, not interested in the new technology.
No, they're not taking the chance, but Nakarin is. Ratapong, who's been quick, he is. So let's see how it works out.
Track temperature 41 degrees centigrade, ambient temperature 31.
Yeah.
And the new tyres, they've got a pink rim on them, on the rear tyres. That's how we can tell who's taken the different sizing tyre.
Yep, air and track temperatures almost identical to yesterday. 41 degrees, perfect working temperature. One of the things that means is that the tyres don't degrade, the performance doesn't drop off during the race. So that's something that won't affect the riders or the positions.
It's 4.3 kilometers, the circuit around Zhuhai International Circuit. This will be a 12-lap race. And 15 racers on the starting grid, led off by Helmi Asman from Bunchu Honda Racing and his teammate, yesterday's winner, Azroy Hakim and Anwar. Astro Honda Racing's Adanantaputra completing the first row of the grid.
So Chira Minamoto on the podium yesterday. He starts from 4th, 5th Nakarin, and 6th Ratapong Willarot. Both those Thai riders worth watching today.
Yamaha Gem Blue Racing's Ibrahim Noradim. It's got to come good at some stage on the Yamaha YZF-R6 alongside Galang Hendra, also Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and Kito Abe. I think he owes himself a good performance today.
He certainly does. Championship leader starts from 10th, Carolyn Powie. Next to him, class rookie Andy Mohamed Fadley. Panasong Kaoson T, outside of him, starts from P12.
And the 3 wildcards, all from China, Jia Yifeng, Lin Jife, and Zhou Fenglong from Silver Steed Racing Team and Jim 777Y Racing Team. The wildcards will be looking to get good experience. As you say, they've got great support in the stands, but they are up against world-class opponents here. Your Carolyn Powies, your Minamotos, your Chip Nakarins, your Arbes. It really is strong. Ratapong Willarot, a national title holder, and of course an ARRC holder. There's some talent out there. Galang Hendra, we hardly mention Galang Hendra, do we?
It's wrong, isn't it?
It is wrong. As the electric car follows.
Yeah. There's some beautiful cars that we haven't seen before outside of China. Manufacturers we don't know, but they are everywhere here. Just like having a little glimpse at the future.
Zhuhai, a high-tech city. And we're all just about ready for some old-fashioned, good old racing. Again, pole position. Helmi Asman, Azroy Hakim Anwar, P1 and 2 for Bunchu Honda. Championship leader down in P10, Carolyn Powie. But it's a long enough race for him not to worry too much about being that far down.
Yeah, the first part yesterday he came through very fast, and then because he was up with the leaders, he started from the front when we had the restart for the sprint. Here we go. Supersport
600cc, race 2 of the weekend. We are underway. It looks like a good start on the left of your screen from Adnan Putra. Adnan Putra's got off to an absolute flyer. Well done. Bike number 21 for Astra Honda goes into the first corner in P1, and also Yamaha Gem Blue Racing of Minamoto's made a good start.
Yeah, that was a superb start from Adnan. We have fancied him. He has been fast. He hasn't put the results in yet, but slithering through into the first left turn at turn 3 was Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Azroy looking for a win double. He's had 2 wins this season, but not back-to-back. And Azroy Hakim, as they go round that sharpish right-hand corner, it's a super little circuit, this. It does offer challenges all around.
Yeah, lots and lots of time on the right side of the tyre. Now they switch over to the left, led by Azroy. Adnan is holding behind him.
Helmi Asman just comes in front of the Yamaha of Minamoto. It is Azroy Hakim Anwar who is leading from Adnan Putra. Chip Nakarim got himself up into P3. Also, I'm seeing just in the background, bike number 89, Khalid Mpawi. It's still around about 7th or 8th, but forced to stand up. Where did you come from?
Yeah, is that Galang?
Minamoto and Galang in the midst there. There's Kito Abe. Abe at least is on the track. That's an improvement to yesterday. As they come through at the end of lap 1 of 12. It is Azroy Hakim, Adnan, Nakarim, Minamoto, Helmi Asman, Ratapong, Willarot in P6. There's the answer. The first of the blue Hondas, Yamahas, is Ratapong. Kip in P9.
Yep, a lot more steady of a start. Although he was quick through sector 2, just looking at that first lap, standing lap. And there we're looking at Kip, number 89, championship leader. He has 23 points on his nearest rival. That nearest rival being Soichiro Minamoto, who was 3rd yesterday.
But only 3 points ahead of Helmi Asman. That's what makes this fascinating. Khalid Mpawi, keep a close eye on him. 9th he was at the end of the first lap. If he's down in, 5th, 6th, 7th, and doesn't get that many points, then Minamoto, Helmi, and even Chip Nakarin can also just chip away, excuse the pun for Chip Nakarin, but chip away at the points differential.
Yeah, early leader Adnan back down to about 6th place. He's got Ratapong breathing down his neck.
There's the championship leader. He was in fine form. He had, 3 wins and 3 second place in the first 7 races of the season. But an 8th and a 4th yesterday meant that he's dropped off the pace a little bit, and it has reopened the opportunities for others to come in. Not so much Adnan Putra. He's only had 1 podium finish, but Adnan Putra, Chip Nakarin goes through, and Helmi Asman, who's on 133 points in P3.
Yeah, Nakarin needs to keep his championship challenge intact. With a good finish here, he's looking good in P2 at the moment. But the non-contender in the championship, Azroy, at the moment is holding 5 points that Nakarin would dearly love to grab.
Minamoto in P4. As I said, I think he's had a terrific season, Soichiro Minamoto. A win in Mandalika, a 2nd place in Sugo, and 3 P3s, including P3 yesterday in the sprint.
One of the Yamahas went wide there. That was Ratapong, so he's done himself no favours. He's put himself to the back of the group. Oh, and his engine's gone. Hopefully there's no oil coming out on the circuit. Ooh, get out of the way. Oh, that's a lot of smoke. That's a proper blow up.
Well, he's on the side. That might cause a flag, though. Luckily, I can't see. Oh, yes, there's some debris behind, but Ratapong's race is done. And Ratapong's season has been a very, very tough one. For a former champion, you've got to take the good with the bad.
You have, and he was really quick this morning in the 1:36s this morning in warm-up. There it goes. Beautiful line there from Azroy going through, and Nakarin.
Helmi Asman in P3, Minamoto 4, Karolidin Paui has got himself up into P5. And he's that's a good lap from Karolidin Paui, a 1:37.2 as Ratapong walks away from his bike. With some assistance.
That's a trudge, isn't it, Des?
Yeah, nothing you can do.
Poor lad.
He's had a miserable time, but domestically it's been happier for Ratapong Willerot. On the international stage, not a great season for the former champion. But we're back on the track now, no yellow flag, so he did well to stay way off the racing line. I think as soon as he realised he'd gone, he turned over to the right of the track. Minamoto chasing in P4, 1.7 seconds down on Azroy, who is putting together a fearsome pace, Azroy Hakim.
Oh, yeah, but he outbraked himself then, and oh, his chance is gone. He's deep in the gravel.
Well, he was going very, very quickly, but too quickly. Couldn't brake. Now he's got to try and dig himself out. That's going to be very, very tough.
That's not happening. Let's take another look. On the brakes here. Back comes around. He can't turn it. And Bosch goes in deep. All the weight on the front of the bike.
That's good news for Karolidin Paui, who'll move into P4, and you're not going anywhere, I'm afraid, Azroy.
It's good news for Nakarin. Again, we see that gravel is so deep and so effective in slowing these bikes down that he's left with it standing upright in the gravel trap. Back on track, it's Nakarin that's leading from Helmi Asman.
Just posted a 1:37.3. They're all much of a muchness. A 1:36.9 from Karolidin Paui. So Karolidin Paui is aware that he can't let these three get too far away. A P4 wouldn't be awful for Karolidin Paui, but he doesn't want to let the three ahead of him get away, because they're the three who are his rivals for the title.
Yeah, Kip and, hate to say it, but Chip on virtually identical fastest lap times. But I think Nakarin's will slow a little bit because he's got his hands full with Soichiro Minamoto and Helmi Asman. Next time around, they'll be waving yellow flags there to stop any overtaking or any risks being taken by the riders here. There is Kip.
He's in P4. Nakarin still leading the way. The tie from the Malaysian, from the Japanese. Minamoto just kind of in behind. Behind them, 66 is Ibrahim Noureddin. Right, this is the Noureddin that we expected to see an awful lot more of this season.
We've often seen him come good late in the race as well, so let's see if he can do that magic. I think that Helmi is got a little bit more pace than Nakarin. Let's have a look next time they come round.
1:37.5. He's just done a 30.6 midsection. Karolidin Paui has just done the fastest sector 3 time. And the Karolidin Paui has drawn closer to the front 3. 7 laps as we approach midpoint. Yesterday's winner is out. Azroy Hakim Anwar is out. Adnan Chapucha, who made such a fabulous start, he's dropped down to P7.
Yeah, it won't be long before Kip makes this a 4-way battle for the lead. Let's see how Nakarin does under pressure, because he's under a lot of pressure from Helmi Asman.
Nice tight line from Nakarin.
Yep, into turn 7.
Minamoto goes a little bit wider, tries to get a drive out of the corner. But he'll be very aware that closing in behind him is Karolidin Paui. He's just put in a really fast sector 3 time. 3/10 quicker in sector 3. And it is a 4-man train up at the front as they still try to dig out the bike of yesterday's winner, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Nakarin leading. Nakarin's posting 1:37.4s. They're all around about the same. Helmi is really piling the pressure on now, and Minamoto looking to get on the back of Helmi, and Karolidin Paui once again is quick.
Yeah, I think that Helmi has got a little bit more pace than Nakarin, but let's see what Nakarin can do with this.
We are at the midway point of this race. 6 laps to go.
And Kip about to join this battle for the win.
Ibrahim Noureddin not too far behind. Helmi has a look on the inside. Two Bunchu Hondas in 2 and 4. Minamoto on the Yamaha Gem Blue Racing. Good to see the Yamaha performing.
Yeah, Yamaha on good terms here. A little bit more handling than the Hondas, but a little bit less speed.
So those are ahead. Ibrahim Noruddin hasn't been able to really catch up. He was 5/10 slower than Khalid Mpawi on the last lap, but on about a par with the front four. So the gap between these four, and it is 4 now, and Ibrahim Noruddin in P5 remains the same.
Yeah, and that sweet handling Yamaha of Soichiro Minamoto pushing much closer to the Hondas in front of him through that technical second sector. Nakarin holding at the front. Helmi there, making his move. Can Nakarin get him back? No, that's Helmi covers. He covers the switch back.
None of this front four are on the new back tyre. Interesting. All trusting the old technology.
Nakarin is on the new rear actually.
I do apologise. Nakarin is, but doesn't make a difference. Nakarin temporarily lost P1, wins it back though. Good straight line speed for Chip Nakarin.
Yeah, nice line through turn 14. Gave him that momentum. He's taken the lead back from Helmi.
Khalid Mpawi still lapping quickly, 1:37.3s. Now had a 1:36.8. Nakarin seems to be fast through sector 1, Chip Nakarin.
And Kip now just about in the party.
Azroy Hakim Anwar back in the pits. Can only look and watch. He had his moment of glory yesterday.
His 4th DNF of the season.
4 too many as Nakarin continues to push it. Helmi, Khalid Mpawi has just really got on the back there of Minamoto. I'm not sure how much Minamoto has been pushing. And he's just waiting for, just watching the front two race, because those front two are racing. And if there is any tyre wear, it'll be on the front two. Minamoto, Ibrahim still trying to get closer.
Into that long loop that is turn 11 and 12. It is really one turn. Down through that kink at the back. And let's watch, see who gets the drive out of turn 14 this time. They're all such good riders.
Okay, let's just go down to Daniel Bogus. I believe that
we're down here
just get an update from Dunlop about the tyres as Helmi Asman is taking the lead, and then the switchback. Helmi has to stand up tight, and let's go down to Dunlop and let's just get an update on what the new tyres are meaning.
We're down here in pit lane with Self and Dunlop. So I just want to have a quick question. How's the feedback been so far from the riders with the new 180/60 tyres?
Generally speaking, yeah, we've got nearly 7 out of 15 on the new side. And now, Nakarin, number 41, seems to be fighting for the lead and has held the lead for the last couple of laps. So generally speaking, it seems to be doing its job. So, pretty good.
The feedback from the riders, have they said anything positive about the tyres yet?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's handling really nice and easy and balanced with the front. We're lacking a bit of traction on the rear, but I guess that's more down to do with setup.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that insight, and yeah, can't wait to see more. Come on.
Thanks very much, Sol, and from the Dunlop garage. And in the meantime, no overtaking. Oh yes, there was, because Helmi, he got that one very, very wrong. Goes from P1 to P4 on one corner, went wide, and that could be crucial in the championship standings, because Khalid Mpawi slips through into P3.
And crucial for Nakarin, because it was Helmi that was really challenging him. He's got a little gap now. Let's see how it pans out over the next lap.
3 laps remaining. Nakarin from Minamoto. It was a game of chess where he who made the first mistake would be suffering. Helmi Asman has made that first mistake. Just went a little bit wide. Alden Powie in third place. He is leading the standings by 23 points from Minamoto. Chip Nakarin is 28 points down. So if it remains like this, it'll be a 9-point reduction in the gap.
Yeah, Nakarin needs that. He knows he needs it. He's giving everything. Helmi not making up that ground he lost. Not yet, anyway.
Well, everyone's been racing at almost identical speeds. 137.9s regularly. Helmi, 138.6 last time out as a result of that mistake. 2.5 laps to go. Ibrahim Noradin still can't get there as Minamoto just tries a different line. Chip Nakarin's been brilliant under pressure.
He has, yeah. Very cool head on the Thai rider. Like Carol Powie, former GP racer. And the quality here is just fabulous.
Nakarin still leading. Honda Thailand, and then the Yamaha of Minamoto. He's got a bit of a drive through there. He's got a bit of a toe there, Minamoto.
Yes, he did.
And he's just been able to, well, not edge through. Maybe the Honda's just got that little bit of extra oomph in the straight line speed.
Yeah, Carol Powie on the hunt for more points. He'll get an extra 4 if he can finish second from where he is now. And there he goes. Soichiro Minamoto chops in front of Chip Nakarin.
Minamoto is our new race leader, and Carol Powie is under pressure from his teammate. No team orders there, I promise you.
But look how hard Nakarin came back.
That's brilliant from Chip Nakarin. He lost the lead for literally 2 corners as the helicopter looks from up on high. Ibrahim Noradin looks from a distant P5. This is fascinating. Helmi Asman in P4 on the tail there of Carol Powie. One mistake took Helmi from P1 to P4. Everybody on the limits there, Barry Russell.
Absolutely, and earlier, of course, it was Azroy who hit the limit. Or went over the limit, rather.
For well-matched riders, for well-matched bikes, as Carol Powie just tried to accelerate on the inside of Soichiro Minamoto. Okay, when we come around this corner, this is the penultimate time we'll be doing this corner. This is the rehearsal time. It is all or nothing now on this last lap.
What a scrap. Nakarin again got really good drive out of that final turn. Soichiro having a look, but he's not close enough this time to challenge. Nakarin at the front.
Wide then, Helmi tried to go on the inside, couldn't get there.
I think he's done it.
He has indeed. Helmi did get on the inside of Carol Powie. Now that's a big move for Helmi Asman. And Carol Powie is out. Pushing too much. Carol Powie is in the gravel. And that opens the championship wide, wide open. Chip Nakarin, the new race leader. Stunned work in the Bunchu Honda camp.
He's not going to get it out of the gravel. That absolutely blows the championship wide open. Soichiro Minamoto left as the realistic challenger to Nakarin at the front as they go into turn 8.
Chip Nakarin, 41, into the final sector. Helmi, I think, is content with P3. That battle with Carol Powie, he saw his teammate crash out. Nakarin for Thailand. Japan's Minamoto. It's all down to this final straight and final curve.
Honda versus Yamaha. Soichiro getting a toe there as they go into the final turn.
Perfect from Chip Nakarin. Lovely line. Minamoto won't get the pull he wants. Chip Nakarin takes it from Minamoto, from Helmi Asman. Carol Powie is out. Adanancha Pucha may well come through as well, because Ibrahim Noradin has had a catastrophe. But there is your winner, Chip Nakarin. And look at those celebrations.
Yeah, saw Mukladar right in the middle of that dance. What a scrap that was. And you can see just how hard they were pushing. Error from Azroy, error from Karol Idampawi. No errors from Chip Nakarin. Brilliant ride from the Thai. Honda Racing Thailand, their second victory of the weekend.
Here is the Karol Idampawi moment. He's chasing, he's just lost P3.
Yeah, he did that on his own, front tucked, away he went.
He will still be in the championship lead, but by 3 points only from Chip Nakarin and Soichiro Minamoto. Chip Nakarin has propelled himself into contention as they go to Buriram. It's his territory.
Well, they say you make your own luck, and that was a fantastic job by Nakarin. And he just got that gift from Karol Idampawi that puts him within realistic contention. 3 points between them, 50 points on the table in the final round at Buriram.
It was also a problem for Ibrahim Noureddin right at the end. He dropped from P4 down to P8. But your winner, Nakarin, 12 laps for Honda Racing Thailand, 0.06 clear of Minamoto, who chased him all the way to the line. 1 second clear of Helmi Asman. Panason coming up in P4 ahead of Adnan Tupucha. Kito Abe getting 6th. Galang Hendra 7th. Ibrahim Noureddin clearly had a problem. Something must have happened on the last lap for the Yamaha Gem Blue Racing rider. Andy Mohamed Fadli, 7 points for P9 ahead of Lin Jefei and Jia Yifeng. Silver Steed Racing and Jim 777Y Racing respectively. Karol Idampawi, right, he got his bike out of the gravel, and Karol Idampawi will pick up 4 points there, and that could be crucial. It means a 7-point lead. Zhao Fenglong in P13. Oh, what drama.
That's going to be such a tight finish when we get to Buriram. Can't wait for that.
We'll need confirmation on Karol Idampawi's finishing position.
See big grins there for the team, including Jack Rapat. Look at all the fellow riders, they're all out there. Yeah, Nakarin's going to have to stop before he gets to Parc Fermé. The road is blocked. They know what that means. He's given himself a really good shot for the title.
Karol Idampawi comes in. I don't know if he finished. On the official timing slot, he did. I'm not convinced he did, you know, but his backup on the bike would suggest maybe he did.
If he crossed the line, that will be good enough.
Got to wait for confirmation.
Wow.
We still wait for Chip Nakarin to make his entrance. He had a committee preventing him making a fast entrance, but really this opens up the title beautifully.
Yeah, fantastically poised for the last one. As the Dunlop tyre technicians do their inspection, they're right on it. Yeah, and it was Nakarin running with the new tyre. And that is Sal there. He will be delighted that that new tyre has given him a race win.
Okay, I think we can go down and get some post-race reaction.
Hello,
Daniel Bogas is down there, and I suspect he's with a very, very happy Chip Nakarin.
We're at Parc Fermé for the Super Sport 600 race to Helmi. What a ride that was from you. It was really quite an eventful race. But at the end there, you managed to get the better and you finished on the podium. How was the race for you?
Yes, this race of course very difficult for me because not same like yesterday. So because also Nakarin come and all coming strong. But today I try to manage to try to run away from the group, but cannot. So I just try to maintain the pace and behind Nakarin, and I make the mistake in the second last turn. So yeah, the position was very disappointed for me, but it's okay. It's podium finishing for today is more important.
and I will try for next round. And yes, thank you so much to Bushione Racing Team, and thank you also to my family and all the fan of Malaysia. Always support me, and yes, I will try for the next.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Congratulations, fantastic race. And in second place, someone having a great weekend. Soichiro Minamimoto. Minamimoto, another fantastic ride for you. It's a double podium this weekend for you. It's looking good for you this time round.
Yes, today's feeling is so very good, and try battle of Honda. But today's Nakarin is so aggressive and very fast. Pace is maybe me. I can maybe pace up, but Nakarin is very good riding and blocking to me. Yes, today is Nakarin's day.
Lovely.
Finally, I want to say thank you to team and Yamaha and all sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minamimoto. Great show. And at the top of the podium for this time is Nakarin. Chip, what a ride that was from you. We know that you're running the new rear option, but let's not take anything away from you. You rode fantastically, such an aggressive ride, and you held off the charge of everyone behind you. How was that race for you?
Yeah, amazing race today. I was yesterday I lost in race 1 and unlucky, and I can come back to P5. But finally today I fight a lot and no give up. Try to go in front, and I wanna take big point for the champion. And I want to say thank you to Thai fan and all sponsor and Honda Racing Thailand to support me, and I will try my best. ขอบคุณมากๆครับที่เป็นกำลังใจและสนับสนุนผมจะทำเต็มที่ครับเพื่อประเทศไทยครับ
Thank you so much, Chip. Congratulations, fantastic race.
Highlights of an intriguing and what could be pivotal race 2 at Zhuhai in the Supersports 600cc. From qualification, Azrai Hakim Anwar, bike number 20. He was the man to look out for. He was looking for a win double, but it was Adinanto Pucha who got off to a good start, though Adinanto from Master Honda would fade Barry Russell.
Yeah, he did fade, and it did look as though Azrai was on his way to a double, but it wouldn't work out quite that way. So Soichiro Minamoto there from the start. Promising start as well from Galang Hendra further back, and from Ratapong Willarot as well for Yamaha Thailand.
Well, all the promise for many of those racers would dissipate. For Ratapong, a mistake would cost him, and then he would blow his engine, as we'll see later. Bike number 20, Azrai Hakim Anwar, was leading the way. Helmi Azman was the man who was leading the charge behind Azrai Hakim. Although Chip Nakarin was also in there. Actually, Chip Nakarin was in there from a very early stage, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was pushing right from the start. He was pushing Azrai. There is the engine blow up. Really unfortunate for Ratapong, who had found some speed this weekend.
And then the pivotal moment. Well, there's two pivotal moments, actually. One of them would be the end of Ratapong, we've just seen. The other would be this late braking. He just can't hold it. Wheels lock, and that's the end of the race for Azrai Hakim Anwar. That left Helmi Azman in position to maybe go on and take the victory, but Helmi would make an uncharacteristic mistake under the gaze of his teammate. He would drop to P4, and that left one more pivotal moment as Karolidon Paui is taken on the inside. Kip tries too hard to get that P4 back, and this happens.
Yeah, the front goes away from him. He's in the gravel, he can't pick it up, and even if he had, the points were already gone. But it was left for Soichiro and Chip to battle it out. Soichiro said it was Nakarin's day today.
It certainly was. Chip Nakarin able to hold on. Soichiro wasn't able to get the toe out of the final turn 13. They really enjoyed that in the Thai camp. Chip Nakarin back in championship contention and dancing his way to the podium.
Yeah, it's funny because he's such a laid-back character.
That's what winning does for you. And we'll talk more about the implications of that after the Thai national anthem. A raucous Thai rendition of the Thai national anthem.
Yep, that meant a lot to them. Here come the prizes.
Kentaro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, Dunlop, who are providing the options for the racers. Helmi Asman deciding not to use that option. One mistake potentially cost him a victory. Behind him, Minamoto didn't make any mistakes and couldn't get the victory because the man in front of him, Chip Nakarin, barely made an error, barely made a miscalculation throughout the 12-lap race.
Yeah, he was fast. He rode a brilliant defensive race. Gritty, determined, and he got it.
Second win of the season to add to 2 second placers and 2 third placers this campaign. Stefan Karapier, FIM Asia president, hands out the team award. And goes to Honda Racing Thailand. And this really, really, really opens up this title. There are 5 athletes in mathematical competition, but 4 with genuine hopes of winning the title. They are, in order, Carol Idampawi, 163.7 clear of Chip Nakarin and Soichiro Minamoto. 2 wins apiece. 2 wins for Chip, 1 for Soichiro if it comes to a countback. Helmi Asman, 14 points down. Kito Abe, theoretically still in the race, unlikely to be there. Ajroy Hakim Anwar crashed out today, but a good weekend for him after victory yesterday. Adnan Trapucha showed up well for Astro Honda Racing at the start today. 79 points for him. Panasom would benefit today. He got himself P5 in the end for Panasom. He's on 66 points for the season for Honda Racing Thailand. Further down, the Ratapong Guillerot, another disappointing day for the former champion, but at least his performance in practice today was better. Galang Hendra, bike number 99 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia on 55 points. Andy Mohammed Fadli, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 42 points. Ibrahim Noradin, a problem on the last lap, cost him his best result of the season. Gary Saleman, an absentee. Afif Amram in a different class today, and Shah Juntong completing that list of 15. Well, that was dramatic, and we've got more drama to come. It is the big boys. It is the 1,000 cc's to bring to a conclusion our coverage at the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships, round 5 from Zhuhai. Don't go too far away. We're back with you in 2 minutes' time.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Welcome back to Zhuhai, the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, returning to Southeast China for the first time since 2019. And we're being treated to some great racing and some fabulous racing weather and decent crowds, as you can see, as we take a look along the pit lane. We've got one more race to come for you for your entertainment and one more round to come in Buriram in early December. But for the final race today at Zhuhai, it's the ASB 1000cc. And let's just catch up with what happened in race 1 that took place on Saturday. Remembering Haruki Noguchi, of course, who sadly lost his life in Mandalika in this competition. The racers all paying tribute to him, none more so than the performance of Markus Reiterberger. Bike number 28 didn't get off to the best of starts, even though he was on pole position. Zakwan Zaidi on the Honda got off to a really good start, and the defending champion is battling tooth and nail to try to keep hold of his championship, but Reiterberger is just a class act. Early on, a scary moment, which caused a problem for Kazma Daniel and the end of Lachlan Epis. But Barry Russell, once Reiterberger got past Zakwan, there was only one.
Yeah, he got passed on the second lap. This was such a determined, gritty start from Zakwan, but Markus Reiterberger was coming and it was inevitable. And there was Kosuke Sakamura who high-sided.
Luckily, he's thrown a long way from the bike, because that bike is travelling at some speed towards him.
And he didn't land too badly, but he is on the grid again today, so that's good news.
The BMW is enjoying a little bit of extra power, you feel, on this circuit. On the straights, they were able to accelerate away. And Reiterberger was just improving lap after lap after lap, metronomically. A couple of tenths here, a couple of hundredths there. And behind him, everybody was struggling to keep up with the German.
Yeah, Aslan was hanging on there, pushing really hard. But he would have a problem a little bit later on.
Aslan said afterwards he didn't know where he made the mistake, but the mistake cost him 2 places. Andy Farid Izdahar went past him, Zakwan Zaidi went past him. Aslan would be able to reclaim one of those places when he got past Andy Farid. The only problem for Markus Reiterberger was track limits. Twice he got a warning, but even then you feel he would have been strong enough, far enough away to have been able to absorb any punishment coming his way.
Yeah, although I do believe the punishment is ride through in this championship. So anyway, he'll be well aware of that today, but there he goes. Aslan Shah passing Andy Farid.
For Reiterberger, for Reiterberger, 4 wins in a row, 6 wins in the last 7, 7 podiums in a row. Comfortable victory. He did it slowing down. Good points for Zakwan Zaidi in P2 and Aslan Shah in 3.
Yeah, Zakwan couldn't have done any more. He would have liked to have got the win, but it was just not on the cards.
Well, the umbrellas are up and they are to protect you from the sun. Conditions absolutely stunning around this Zhuhai circuit. It's a nice little circuit. I love turn 14. I think it's spectacular.
Yeah, you can see it's part of a long run down from turn 11 and 12. We're just about ready for Daniel on the grid.
All right, indeed, let's go down to Daniel Bogers and let's see what gems of wisdom he can get from the assembled riders.
We're down here at the grid for the ASB 1000 Race 2, the Premier Class. It's the final race for round 5 here in Zhuhai. And we're going to talk to number 1 on this bike, but number 3 on the grid currently, Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan, 50.5 points is the gap between you and Marcus. This is the deciding race, so to speak. How do you feel about it going into this race? It's been a tough one.
Yeah, I think BM very tough, very strong in this circuit. I try to do my best. For sure, this race is the final decision. And yeah, I want to stop Marcus from winning. And for sure, it's not easy because this circuit have many advantages on the straight. So yeah, we will see in the race.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Good luck, and yes, we definitely will see what happens in this race. So that's Zakwan Zaidi, the defending champion sitting there on P3 on the grid. And we're going to talk to Kasma Daniel, who unfortunately has a right-through penalty. And we're going to have a quick chat with Kasma. I got Afif right over there having a quick chat with him, fellow countryman. And we're going to talk to Kasma. Kasma, so it's a different race for you this time round. You have a right-through penalty. What do you think about this race?
For me, actually, it's like unfair decision, but I accept it because yeah, what we see, they say that it's my mistake, and then I just accept, and then I agree because we all want to try to overtake, and then also it's my mistake, and I hope for this race I just do to make a good setting to find in Thailand for sure. The target is in Thailand.
Definitely. Good luck, Kasma. Can't wait to see what you do out there. And now we're gonna go jump back to the row 3 on the grid right now. We're gonna talk to Kasma's teammate. It's Yuki Ito. Yuki, who was just a stand-in rider for Kevin Kubo, but has been making a name for himself. And we're just gonna let them take a quick photo with the team. And while they do that, I'm just gonna brief you guys. This is the Yamaha R1 that he will be riding, Yuki. So Yuki, you came in just as a replacement rider for Kevin Kubo, but you've been doing quite well. How do you feel about your season so far?
Yes, so my feeling was not so bad, but everyone faster than me every round. So I enjoyed the race every time.
We enjoy watching you. Good luck for this race. And now we're gonna go right next to Yuki and talk to the young Australian on the BMW as well. So Lachlan, you crashed yesterday, but you managed to pick the bike back up and get into P9. What are we gonna expect from you today?
Look, I'll make the same start, and hopefully this time I can keep it upright and stay out of trouble. But look, I think we have good pace, so it's just getting off the line and getting through that first lap.
All right, good luck to you for this weekend, for the race coming right up. Can't wait to see what you do. And we're gonna head right over here, and we're gonna talk to Jakrit. Jakrit, songs up for East NJT. So Jakrit, it's been a tough weekend. You had a couple of falls. How do you feel going into this race?
This weekend really hard for me, and today this race I make good to the position and funny to lead.
How do you feel about the last run going back to Buriram?
Yeah, I'm very happy into last round to Buriram. Yeah, I in my home race, and I can riding show to my fan. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race, and we're gonna see if we can find a Dunlop technician. And if I can't, we'll do that in the middle of the race. And by the looks of it, I can't find anyone from Dunlop. So it's back to you, Desmary, in the commentary box.
Working hard, Daniel. Working very, very hard. He's gone right the way through the grid, effectively.
Pretty much, yeah. Including the 2 riders involved in the incident that resulted in Kasma's ride-through penalty today.
Let's have a look at the standings as they are. This will confirm that Marcus Reiterberger can win the title today. If he gets a victory or he finishes ahead of Zakwan Zaidi, then he will be champion. He's 51 points clear of Zakwin, and he's 60 points clear of Andy Farid Izdaha, and 67.5 clear, of course, of the late Haruki Noguchi, who we cannot forget and will not forget. Aslan Shah, 71 points down. There are 75 points available up to and including this, so a victory for Reiterberger will give him an unassailable lead. Get well soon, Joey. That's for Teo Yu-jo, who broke a foot in an earlier incident in practice, I think, on Friday, was it? As Marcus Reiterberger, who's had a stellar season. Look at that, P2. He's fastest in qualifying or on the front row every time so far this season. And alongside him, Andy Farid.
Yeah, what a promising rider Andy Farid is. He came in straight away, really fast, right up with the leaders. Almost won one of his first races at Buriram. Really promising, and really taking his place in the superbike class. Next to him is the defending champion and his teammate for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa, Zakwan Zaidi, multiple ARRC champion. And he's going to do everything he can today, as he said, to try to stop Marcus winning another Get Well Joey sign from a smiling Aslan Shah.
He was scowling at us yesterday, wasn't he, in the Parc Fermé? He was frustrated with one or two things. Alongside him, Kazma Daniel, who, just to remind you, has got a ride-through penalty. And I like that. He says, we're trying to get the setup right. The setup hasn't been right all season for Kazma, for the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing team. One win in Sugo, but otherwise a frustrating year for him. And then Kosuke Sakamoto, who wants to stay on the bike. And he's in P6 for Astemo SI Racing Honda. Now then, you've got some tyre information. Sakamoto is one of the few riders who's going on a medium compound for the front tyre.
Yeah, medium front for him and for Andy Farid and for Yuki Ito. So what do we read into that? Just personal preference, I think.
Ito 7th on the grid alongside Ito. We've got Lachlan Epis on the BMW. I like his comment, just get through that first lap, but he had a very good start yesterday, did look to be in good nick.
Yeah, he was unlucky. That crash was not his fault at all. Collateral damage as Kazma lost his way.
And Jack Rip looking forward with the East NJT team to round 6 in Buriram. And he's got some good support from his riders. Zhuhai to his left. And then Chen Hongyan from Jim 777Y Racing Team had a great result yesterday. Picked up 9 points for 7th place.
Yeah, really enjoying himself. The Chinese wildcards making the most of this experience they're having with the world-class riders that are in this FI Major Road Racing Championship. Well, we still can't see where the tyre technicians are through the reflection.
And also an absentee, Chio Yu Zhou from Malaysia on the BMW, who had a crash, broke his foot, but he walked home. He walked back from the bike, and I think the adrenaline kicked in. Once the adrenaline disappeared, then that's when the hurt came.
Yep, hopefully that will heal up and be all right and good to go in Buriram in 4 weeks from now.
Reiterberger, the man to win here. The one to beat, sorry, not the man to win. The victories at Sepang 2 in Japan. He had a 2nd place in Sugo, then a win. Double win in Mandalika. Half points, of course, for the shortened 2nd race. A victory yesterday in Zhuhai. And this is after he'd started the season with a 4th and a 6th position. And he looked at what he needed to do. He said he needed to improve after Buriram. I remember the interviews, or there were a couple of chats with him, and he said, right, I'm glad that it's such a good competition. I've got to improve, and my word, he has.
Yeah, he had to recalibrate, but he came back with a double win at Sepang in the following round as the safety car, the electric safety car, swishes around. Don't know what brand that is, but it looks good.
This is the final race of Zhuhai 2023. Really been really good to be back in Zhuhai. The conditions have been perfect. I remember it was August last time we were here, and it was a little bit sweltering. A lot more amenable for racing.
Yeah, this is a lovely time of year in southeast China. We're in Guangdong province, of course. Not far from Macau, and only a little further away from Hong Kong. So they start to clear the grid now.
10 on the grid, that's the main stand, and the starting grid for race number 2. The champion-elect, Marcus Reiterberger, from 1XOX BMW TKKR Racing Team. As I say, that's 6 wins in 7 races, 4 in a row for Reiterberger. Andy Farid, tell you what, he had a couple of second places, one in Sugo, followed by one in Mandalika. He stepped up to the Superbikes this year. Former 600cc champion Andy Farid is the half for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. And Zakwan Zaidi, of course, the defending champion. And if there is anybody who's just going to try and make things difficult for Marcus Reiterberger, it is Zakwan.
Yeah, he will. And another rider who could make things difficult is his teammate right behind him, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. They've become good friends, these two, over the course of this season. Aslan was the rider who looked most threatening in the later stages before he had that error. Next to him, number 27 for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, Kazmayuddin. He won't be in contention today because he faces a ride-through penalty. Kosuke Sakamoto, good to see him on the grid. He starts from P6 after that shocking high side yesterday.
Yuki Ito, perennial favourite of the ARRC for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing ASEAN. I can never forget the way he was edged out of the championship back in 2014. That's how long he's been with the ARRC. Relatively newcomer is Lachlan Epis from the Evolution Sports Group. For Lachlan, he's had a couple of DNFs and one did not start. And alongside Lachlan, you've got Jakrit, followed by Chen on P10. 10 starters today.
Off they go on the warm-up lap. Shadowed by the safety car.
The BMW seemed to have more power yesterday on the straight line. But talking to technicians, they say that the Honda has got the power. But for some reason, the BMW is outperforming it today, or at Zhuhai.
Yeah, there are, of course, a lot of variables from the guy sitting on the machine right through to where the rubber meets the road. Some experimentation with tyres, tyre pressures. The conditions here, once again, absolutely perfect. As you were saying, it's gorgeous here. But the air temperature, 31 degrees, and track temperature, 40. And again, just talking about the information from Dunlop, those conditions mean there is no problem with tyre wear expected during this 13-lap race.
Hasn't Shah Kamaruzaman, what's his form been like? Started the season well, he's had 5 podiums in total. 2 P2s, 3 P3s. The inaugural 1000cc champion. 600cc champion at the ARRC in 2017.
Yep, hatful of championships, as has Zakwan Zaidi.
So we come through to the end. It'll be a 13-lap race. Reiterberger, 28, of course, is the man to watch. He is on pole position, extreme right of your screen, bike 28. His teammate is in P4 just behind him, Aslan Shah. Kazma Daniel lines up behind Zakwan Zaidi, who's second on the grid.
So there's been BMWs in P1 and P4 on the grid, separated by the 2 Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa bikes.
All set. Race 2 of the weekend. Race 10 of the season. We are indeed underway. Reiterberger, extreme right. Zakwan once again looks like he's got off to a very, very fast start. But Reiterberger turns into the first corner. Goes a little bit wide, but is just able to hold on. And Marcus Reiterberger, the 29-year-old German, has got in the front, which is worrying for everybody else, Barry Russell.
Yeah, you can see Zakwan trying really hard, Aslan trying to get up there as well. Meanwhile, Andy Farid's dropped a little way back, and Kosuke Sakamura has come through into P4.
But it is the championship leader, leading the way. Right at the back there, that is Chen Hongyan, just trying to keep pace with the professionals in front of him. And Aslan Shah right on the tail of Zaquan Zaidi. So I think what everybody worried about was that Marcus Reiterberger would get away early, and Reiterberger's done exactly that. He's established a half-second lead. In fact, it could be even more than that inside the first two-thirds of a lap.
Yeah, he's gapping Zaquan Zaidi. Aslan staying with Zaquan. Kosuke Sakamoto is leading the rest.
Sakamoto in P3, but look at this from Reiterberger. He'll need the camera all of his own in just a moment. Zaquan comes through. Differential, 0.8 of a second. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman looks on the inside, can't quite get there. This is the battle for P2. And P2 is well worth having. Even if Reiterberger takes the championship today, there is domestic pride at stake between Zaquan and Aslan Shah. And you say they become good mates, but I tell you what, they still want to beat each other.
Oh, of course they do, absolutely. And Marcus Reiterberger doesn't mind a fight, so let's hope these guys can take it to him.
Zaquan able to accelerate away. A little bit twitchy as he puts on the brakes there was Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. And then you see the power, the raw power of that BMW. 0.8 of a second between P1 and P2. And a further second between P2 and P3. And nearly 2 seconds between Aslan and Sakamoto in P4.
Zaquan pushing really hard on the run up to turn 11. To go over the bumps in the braking area. Andy Farid has got it in front of Kosuke.
So Andy Farid in P4. Sakamoto 5. Yuki Ito in 6, 77. Lachlan Epis, okay. He's got that first lap out of the way. And the big BMW. He'll just be trying to hold on to it, set himself up for a good performance when we go to Buriram.
Yeah, I think he's got Yuki just in front of him.
Well, good work there from Zaquan Zaidi. He's been able to reduce the gap. It did look as though Reiterberger was going to pull away from him, but he's got the gap down to within half a second, Zaquan Zaidi. Fastest lap, 1:32.4, so that's encouraging.
Yeah, so it's not over by any means.
He's a gritty character, Zaquan.
Yeah, he is. He's fiercely competitive. It's his championship right now. And he doesn't want to lose it, even though the chances are really long.
Reiterberger, 28, leading the way. He's a tall man, Reiterberger, but he makes himself as small as possible. Huddles down over the big tank of the BMW. They are big bikes, these thousands, aren't they? They're heavy, heavy motors.
Yeah, Daniel and I were talking this morning in warm-up that a few years ago, the bikes were getting smaller and smaller. And now they look like they're getting bigger and bigger, and this is to do with the aerodynamics. It's the bigger bodywork helping the airflow. Look at the big wing on the front of those BMWs.
And the second BMW of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. We've just had Zaquan post a lap time of 1:32.4, fastest of the race so far. But Marcus Reiterberger can't escape from him. It's still 0.5 of a second. Behind them, Andy Farid is ahead of Sakamoto, who's ahead of Yuki Ito. Lachlan Epis in 7, Kazma Daniel in P8. Kazma still trying to work on the setup of his bike and, of course, the ride through. A couple of bikes have had respect track limit warnings. Bike number 91 and 83, Jackrit, and 83, Lachlan Epis. Big gap between Aslan and Zaquan, over a second now.
Yeah, Aslan wasn't able to go with Zaquan when he started his assault on the lead of Marcus Reiterberger. That assault is continuing. He's not going to give it up. The gritty Malaysian.
All you can do is keep your eye on your own lap times. Take 100th off here, 100th off there. Very aware that those green lines, you go beyond there, you go straight into them, and you can get track limit warnings. Second warning for track limits for Lachlan Epis. So he needs to be careful. He doesn't want a ride-through penalty, as you quite rightly say. That's the penalty for 3 indiscretions.
Yeah, so, well, perhaps Zakwan can try to get some forced errors, but I don't think that will work.
Zakwan, a 1:32.9, 2/10 quicker than Reiterberger. Unless Reiterberger is riding within himself, Zakwan is right on the tail of the German.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. Zakwan wants to give us a show. He wants to hold on to his championship.
Andy Farid, Sakamoto and Yuki Ito go through. Lachlan Epis, and here is Kazma Daniel, bike number 27, looking to get some consistency. I know we've been talking an awful lot about Kazma Daniel and his promise. It's not been a great season on the superbikes for him this year. The Yamaha and he have not really gelled. Lachlan Epis comes through. He's on 2 warnings, Lachlan. Needs just to make sure he stays within track limits.
I just wonder at what point Kazma will want to come in. We've done more than a quarter, about a third of the race distance.
Get as many laps in as you can, I think. Best lap still from Zakwan Zaidi, 1:32.4. That came in at lap number 2. Sorry, 1:32.4 came in lap number 2. He's still lapping quicker than Reiterberger. So as they come through, 8 laps to go. The distance is 0.4 of a second. Reiterberger can't shake off the Malaysian. And not far behind them is Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Good little scrap for P4. Andy Farid, teammate of Zakwan on the Honda. A little squiggle there from Sakamoto.
Yeah, race pace last time was, for the winners, was in the mid 134s, so you can see there's been some progress there.
132s is extraordinarily quick.
Yeah, I mean, there will have been some track degradation during that time. Zakwan won race 1. And we were here in 2019. There's Andy Farid, he's got Kosake for company.
He's not able to shake off Sakamoto, Kosuke Sakamoto from Astemo. Battle for P4. That was then. This is still the battle for 1. Silky smooth though, isn't he? He's like he's on tracks.
Yeah, Zakwan also pretty smooth style, but more aggressive on the bike with his body language. I think he's having to work harder. If you want commitment, you're not going to get any more than that. Sorry, Des.
Just in that back tyre. As they come through, it still remains just half a second or so. Zakwan is remaining close, but you do get the impression that Markus Reiterberger is riding within himself, that he's not throwing everything into this. He's saying, okay, I know where you are, that's okay. I can feel you behind me, but I've got that little bit of extra oomph should I need it. Aslan Shah lapping in 1:33s. The front 3 all lapping very, very similar times.
Fastest lap still remains with Zakwan. 1:32s, he was doing mid 1:34s last time.
Hitting speeds 167, 168 kilometers per hour. Average speeds as they come through. 17 is Sakamoto, and Ito's not too far behind. Lachlan Epis continues to hit consistent times, 1:35.1. There, his best, a 1:34.5. That's what you want, the metronomic timings at the very least. Get the bike and you as one.
Yes, this is impressive from Astim OS1's Kosuke Sakamoto. Yes, he will be a bit achy today after falling from the sky yesterday.
Kazma, at some stage, is going to have to do this ride through. He'd like it not to impact, he'd like to be ahead of Jakrit or maybe Chen, certainly. So he stays out once again. 6 laps to go, we're beyond halfway. Reiterberger's just edged a little bit further ahead of Zakwan. The lead is now 0.7 of a second. And Zakwan's still riding well.
It would only take a mistake from the German BMW rider, but we haven't seen too many of those. Well,
all season.
Well, yeah, not so much in the race since round 1. I mean, if Zakwan can keep the championship alive, the championship chase alive until Buriram, we know that Marcus didn't have such a great round 1 at Chang International Circuit. Touching at straws, aren't we?
Yeah, Reiterberger looks like he's going away. And remember, a victory for Reiterberger here, and he will have secured the title with 2 races in the 12-race season to go. That has been his dominance in the ASB Superbikes category. Right foot down again, silky smooth. Goes nowhere near the green lines.
Yeah, as you say, metronomic. He's inch perfect every time around.
Increased the lead up to a second, so he's taken 0.3 from Zakwan Zaidi on that last lap. 2.5 to be a little bit more precise.
Aslan Shah another 2 seconds adrift.
There's an endurance racer, so he's used to just getting into the groove as Reiterberger. Aslan Shah in P3, best lap of 1:33, which is just posted.
Yeah, that's quick. 1:33 dead. It's half a second slower than the best of Zakwan as he tried to catch up with Reiterberger.
Aslan's got a 7-second advantage over Andy Farid as we look at the difference between 1, 2 and 3 going through. And just coming through in the backdrop, yeah, you'll see 4 and 5. There's Aslan Shah coming through, 4 and 5, and credit to Sakamoto, he's drawing just a little bit closer onto the back wheel of Andy Farid Izdihar. Andy Farid for Honda Asia Dream Racing. World Championship experience, of course. Sakamoto coming in for this competition for Estemo Racing.
Pasowitz still not fit after the clattering he took at Sugo in round 3. So Andy Farid not going as well as we quite expected him to this weekend. And Kosuke keeping him honest.
Zakwan is clinging on. He is throwing everything he possibly can. He's been able to reduce the gap once again. He was just edging out to 1.2, 1.3 seconds. And he's just got, what did he make? 0.05 of a second on that last lap. So he is giving it absolutely everything, Zakwan Zaidi, number 1.
Yeah, full credit to him for that. There's absolutely nothing left in the garage for Zakwan. He's giving 100% plus, and there goes Kosuke. He is in the gravel. That leaves Andy Farid clear in P4.
Second time crashing out. Kosuke Sakamoto. Front end gets away from him. He's less spectacular than yesterday, but still the end result.
Yeah, at least he got the chance to slide across the track this time rather than come down from a great height.
3 laps to go. Marcus Reiterberger, who has been leading since the very first corner. He was on pole position. He got to pole. He got to the first corner first. but he's not been able to escape the presence of Zakwan Zaidi. 0.7 of a second, the difference between Reiterberger's BMW and the Honda CBR 1000 of Zakwan Zaidi. And for persistence, for sheer doggedness, as well as quality, hats off to Zakwan.
Absolutely, yeah. Zakwan gets the Indomitable Spirit Award.
Reiterberger has still got some work to do. 2.5 laps to go. Aslan Shah, such is the quality of the ride from Zakwan in P2. Aslan Shah is 4 seconds down nearly on the front two. But again, you do get the impression Reiterberger is riding within himself. Yes, he's riding quickly, but he's so silky smooth. He's got to be riding within himself.
Yeah, visibly he's not working as hard as Zakwan.
That's the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa team.
Yeah, that was none other than Tadej Okada.
The gap, 7/10, exactly the same. A 132.2, a 133.2 from both racers. Zakwan going wheel for wheel, second for second.
So BMW versus Honda. Zakwan looking for exit speed with that sweeping line into turn 3. There goes Kazma, taking his ride through like a man.
So he left it late, and he left it until lap 11. He was up in P6. He had a 10-second advantage, so Jackrit will almost certainly go past him. Lachlan Epis likely to. He might be ahead of Chen, and of course Sakamoto is out.
Kazma will score some points, but he's a long way off in the championship.
Markus Reiterberger looking to make it 5 wins in a row, 7 in 8. Zakwan looking to make it 5 podiums in a row.
Zakwan is getting left behind a little bit. Now let's check the difference this time around.
It was 7/10 as we come into the last lap. And the difference is, yeah, he's gone up 4/10. That was a fast lap from Reiterberger, a 132.7. Anything in the 132s is very rapid. That's quicker than the fastest lap of the race in race 1 yesterday. That's what Reiterberger does. He improves every time he goes out onto the circuit. Something gets better.
Yeah, it's soul destroying for those who would chase him, like Zakwan here. Zakwan won't give up.
He's half a lap away from winning the title for the very first time. He's half a lap away from taking the title away from Zakwan Zaidi. And Zakwan has given his absolute all to defend his title. But Markus Reiterberger, a class act. The double left is negotiated stylishly. That's 9 and 10. And Zakwan, for the first time, looks like he's a defeated racer. And the celebrations are beginning on the 1XOX BMW TKAR team pit wall.
Yeah, expression of resignation there from Tadej Okada, the rider coach for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Let's give Markus Reiterberger his moment now.
Reiterberger comes through, looks to make it 5 wins in a row, and the title is secured for Markus Reiterberger. He didn't have it all his own way, but he's put in an explosive final lap. A 132, 133.1 on the final lap. Zakwan may be tailing off a 133.8. So Markus Reiterberger, double victory in Sepang, a P1 and P2 in Sugo, double victory in Mandalika, double victory here in Zhuhai. And congratulations from his teammate, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, who's finished P3 here. And the celebrations can start now.
Yeah, the flag of Bavaria being waved just behind him. But there was a very warm handshake there between Zakwan and Markus Reiterberger. It's a very well earned moment for Markus Reiterberger.
Just making sure that the flag is in the right position, and Reiterberger
it's not quite in the right position.
That's about the only thing that didn't go to plan today for Reiterberger. Don't fall off here.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
So Markus Reiterberger, your champion, and a deserved champion, class act, has talked us through his season as well. Remember the interviews after Buram. Yeah, this is tough. After Sepang, yep, we're getting there. And right the way through to yesterday, I don't think this is my kind of circuit. Look what he does.
Yeah,
bang,
he's
bang,
candid, he's articulate, he's determined, and he's really fast.
He's won this one by 1.9 seconds from a dogged performance from Zakwan Zaidi. Aslan Shah in 3. Confirmation of the result here. Andy Farid, 14 seconds down in 4. Yuki Ito was able to come through in P5 after Kosuke Sakamoto slid off. Jakrit in 6. Kazma Daniel, despite the ride through, is able just to get ahead of Chen Hongyan. They are the 8 finishers. And your champion, Markus Reiterberger. He makes the difficult look easy.
Yeah, he does. He's very consistent. He's analytical. He's the complete package. 29 years old now, as you said, Des. Just at the peak of his career. One of the world's best endurance racers. And he's been with BMW a long, long time. When World Superbikes came to Buriram way back in 2014. I do believe he was a BMW rider then.
The number 28, and the award. The presentations aren't made until the final round in Buriram, but Zakwan deserves a lot of praise there. He's stuck with his man.
Yeah, big respect to Zakwan. But his championship has gone now.
I am glad he sorted that flag out. That would have been very embarrassing if he wasn't able to complete it, and a little bit of burning rubber.
Yeah, as you said, Des, that was about his only mistake. His only mistake today, for sure.
He'll enjoy this final lap. Remember, he said that he thought this track was a little bit narrow for him. He didn't think it was the kind of track that really suited him like he thought Mandalika did. And yet he goes and wins both races. This one by 1.9 seconds in some style, despite the most dogged of performances from Zakwan.
Yeah, to win a championship, you have to perform at a variety of different circuits. And if you remember, he visited Sugo for the first time in his career, and took a second and a first then. And that's what you need to do, variety of circuits. What he loves is circuits like Sepang.
A belated trip down to the Parc Ferme. First time we've seen a Bavarian flag flying in the Asian Road Racing Championships.
I do believe he's the first in the ARRC's 24-year history, first European to win a title.
And when he does get there, when the rubber clears, and the photographers get out the way.
That's it, there he is. He's appearing through the tyre smoke.
Just a job well done.
Brilliantly done. He did more than enough. As you said, 12 race championship. He's done it after 10 races.
Buriram, P4 and P6. Sepang, double win. Sugo, P2 and a win. Mandalika, double win. And Zhuhai, double win. Buriram, it's not exactly redundant. I think he'd like to really add to the wins that he's had. Imagine making it 7 in a row. That is complete and utter dominance. And this includes a field that includes Zakwan Zaidi and Andy Farid and Aslan Shah, Kazma, Yuki Ito, Lachlan Epis, Kement Kubo. There's some very, very good racers who he's had to get the best of.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget Haruki Noguchi as one of the riders that was challenging him the strongest. There he goes. The launches his lanky frame at his TKKR teammates.
And hopefully Daniel Bogas can have a look and can get in there and have a word with the champion. There is the calmness of Zhuhai.
It's beautiful light. The sun will set in about an hour from now.
We're just waiting for Daniel Bogas to be able to get 1 or 2 interviews. And I think we'll have a talk with Zakwan Zaidi. And hopefully a lot of praise coming from Daniel to Zakwan.
So we're skipping the order. We're going straight to second with Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan, brilliant ride, but it's heartbreak for you this time round. You were the defending champion, but it was such a great fight from you. You set a very fast lap time in the race, by the way. I think you've noticed that. But either way, congratulations. It was such a great race from you. How was that?
Yeah. Firstly, I want to thanks to all the team, make my bike perfectly this weekend. I'm happy with the bike performance, but yeah, I try to defend and then try to stop Marcus, but this track is impossible to me. And yeah, in the race, I try follow him and try make a fast lap. Every single lap, I try to make pace, but I think BM here is very strong, and yeah, I really upset a little bit because I cannot fight with Marcus in the middle, because I expect in the end of the race I can catch him, but yeah, he have a lot of power, and yeah, I'm happy today. His second position is great, and hopefully we will come back in the last round.
Can't wait to see it. Congratulations on a fantastic race, Zakwan. And now we're gonna move to third place. It's Aslan Shah Kamar Zaman. So Aslan, it looked like a decent performance this weekend, but you just fell out of touch in the early stages of the race. But it's still a great performance from you. How was that?
Daniel, I was pushed too much, but after a few laps, and I start to realize the pace was very high compared to yesterday, and I feel like my bike is not enough to fight with them. So even though I was alone, I tried my best to keep pushing. But anyway, third podium, and I'm still happy, and congrats to my teammate for double win. And is it he gonna be champion already? So congrats to him, and we see you Buriram.
Thank you so much, Aslan. Fantastic ride, great fight. And now we go to the 2023 ASB 1000 champion and winner of race 2 here in Zhuhai, Marcus Reiterberger. Marcus, again, it was a perfect ride from you. You stayed in the lead. You maintained it all the way till the end. For a second, we thought Zakwan was going to catch you. But right towards the last few laps, you started getting that pace a bit more and more, and you've pulled that gap. And what a season it's been from you. How do you feel about it?
Yes, first of all, my start was okay. The first corner, I was really late on the brake and nearly went out. But luckily, I was staying on the track because I saw Zakwan on the inside. And I know he's strong today, maybe more as yesterday. So I push as hell, as fast as I can every lap. And as soon as I had a small gap, I really cut off a little bit because I had also 2 high moments. And then he came back and I have to push again. So until the end, I could keep the lead. And now we're champion. This is the most important. Thank you to my team. Today was a beautiful bike again. And we try to keep pushing.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Congratulations once again. Fantastic race.
Marcus Reiterberger, victory in the second race at Zhuhai would secure the title for him with 2 races still to go. Bike number 28 on pole position. The only hope for the rest was that Reiterberger wouldn't get off to a good start. He did. He accelerated away. He said later on that he nearly lost it on that first corner, but once he negotiated the first corner, Barry Russell, everybody else was chasing his shadow.
Yeah, you saw him look across to his right at Zakwan Zaidi as they were under braking there, so he didn't look ruffled to the naked eye, but there was clearly something going on, a little twitch from him there as well, so took a little bit of time to settle down into a perfect rhythm, and in these early stages Aslan was stuck to the back of Zakwan's Honda.
I think we've got to really give praise to Zakwan Zaidi though, because at one stage you can see it's a 2-second differential on these highlights, but Zakwan would not let him get away, put in some really fast laps, including the fastest lap of the race, and got it back to within half a second for huge chunks of the race. It was only in the last lap and a half or so that Zakwan was lost. Behind them, Aslan Shah Kamuzarman had said, listen, the pace was too hot for me. I just ran my own race.
Yeah, I looked at the times when Aslan made that comment about the race being faster than yesterday. There was Kosuke Sakamoto down in the gravel after a, no pun intended, gritty performance to stay with Andy Farid. But the race time today was 6 seconds shorter than yesterday. So that's almost half a second a lap quicker than yesterday.
Phenomenal performance. Marcus Reiterberger, because he's so far out in front, you'd think, this is relatively straightforward, but this is just top-class racing. Even Zakwan, close to his best, couldn't cope with the pace, and Reiterberger comes into this final corner to make it 5 wins in a row, 7 wins in 8, and takes the championship, the first European to become a champion on the Asian Road Racing Championship. And that's in close to 25 years of activity. So a little bit of history made by the man from Bavaria. And there is your champion.
And the second BMW championship for ASB 1000 in 3 years.
Aslan Shah onto the podium. Good work from him. He will move into 4th into the championship standings. There's still a lot to race for, P2 and P3. At the moment, P2 is very much belonging to Zakwan Zaidi, the outgoing champion, and he performed a really good race today. But your champion and class act, the outstanding racer, Marcus Reiterberger, 29 years of age. And a little forward roll. And let's listen to the German national anthem for his celebrations.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. To present the winners' trophies, we would like to invite Mr.
Proud man.
the president of FIM.
Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president, to hand out the winners' awards.
From 1xx BMW TKKR Racing Team, Aslan Shah Kamuzarman.
Aslan Shah picking up P3 for Aslan.
In second place,
It's a
from Honda Asia
6th
Green
podium
Rescue
of the season.
Showa, Mohammad Zakwan Zaidi.
Zakwan Zaidi goes one better, 7,
And
8
your
podiums,
race winner
4 second
of
places, 4
1XX
thirds.
BMW TKKR Racing Team, Marcus Reiterberger.
Marcus Reiterberger, your champion with 2 races to go. Stunning performance.
And now to present the team award, we would like to invite Ms. Gong Hong Guo, Deputy GS of CAMF, to the stage.
Team awards by
The best team for the ASB
Gong Hong
1000
Guo,
race to
Deputy
1XX
General Secretary of
TKKR Racing Team.
CAMF, and it goes to 1XOX BMW TKKR team. P1 and 3 on the podium.
Take a photo with our race winners.
Photo opportunity. And congratulations, Aslan Shah. Good race, disciplined race. Excellent effort by Zakwan Zaidi. But there's a quality champion for the ASB 1000cc, Marcus Reiterberger of Germany. And confirmation of the points. He's got 205.5 points, 55.5 clear of Zakwan Zaidi of Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Zakwan himself has got a lead, 16.5 points lead over Andy Farid Izdihar to take into the final round. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman is 80 behind the leader, but he's still got a chance of P2 if he has an outstanding last week. The late Haruki Noguchi, well, forever will be stranded on 113 points. Again, our thoughts, as always, with the SDG Hark Pro team. Kazma Daniel Kazmudim in P6. Further down, Lachlan Epis didn't finish today for Evolution Sports Group, 40.5 points. Pasowitz on 37, Kenneth Kubo, and the injured Tio Yujo on 23.5. Ant West, he was good fun this season for Victor Racing on 23. Maeda and Arakawa both had some moments in Japan. Okay, that is now round 5 of the season complete. We will end the season in Buriram at the Chang International Circuit. The weekend, the 1st to 3rd December, just 4 short weeks away. We've been to Malaysia, we've been to Japan, up in Sendai. We've been to Mandalika for the first time in Lombok. We're back now in Zhuhai, and we look forward to ending the season at the Chang International Circuit. Do hope you've enjoyed our coverage of round 5 of the Asia Road Racing Championships. We have got a champion in Marcus Reiterberger, and we have got some cracking races still to come for you in the final round. Barry Russell, very quick thoughts on the weekend we've just had.
Things to look forward. Of course, we've got our first European champion, the gritty performance of Zakwan, the patient performance of Nazrul, the champion-elect in Underbones, Nakarin, and the crash of Khalid and Pawi, blowing the 600s wide open. And
yeah, so much still to look forward to. We'll see you in Buriram. From Barry Russell, myself, and the team behind the scenes. It's been our pleasure to bring you the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. Goodbye, Zhuhai. We'll see you in Buriram.
Race winners. And now to present the team award.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.